This work session into order. We have two very important topics today. We'll start with the middle school start times, and that is slated to go until 1 o'clock. That doesn't mean we have to use up all our 150 minutes, but that is the maximum amount allotted for today. And in the afternoon, after lunch break, we are going to have a presentation and discussion of a strategic plan goal 2 report. For the first topic, a middle school start times, I'll be managing, and Rashna Sizemore Heiser is going to do the timekeeping. And timekeeper over there, all right? If there's any violation, you're going to point out. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Muyuk.
Thank you,
morning,
Mr.
Mr.
Moon.
Super.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. This morning, I know that Mr. Muick, our Chief Operating Officer, is very excited to bring information around middle school start times. This is a project that's been an ongoing project in the division for some time and began when high school start times were adjusted. And it's my understanding there was a commitment made to come back and revisit the middle school time at that point. So here we are, and so I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Muick and the team for our presentation. So thank you, Mr. Muick.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Dr. Reed. Good morning, school board members. Let me start by introducing the team here with me. To my left is Dr. Tasha Prieto, the president and CEO of Prismatic Services and our lead consultant on this project. To my right is Paul D'Andrade, executive director of transportation. And then sitting directly behind Mr. Moon is our two assistant directors, Tracy Kubo Carrera in her nice Christmas turtleneck, and Tracy Phillips sitting next to her. And they're here to assist in case some of the questions get too deep for Paul and I. We've got them as backup. Next slide, please. The meeting objective. We're here today to make sure that the school board fully understands the alternatives of middle school start times that Prismatic Services has developed. There's 5 in the presentation, and first goal is to make sure we discuss and understand those completely today. Second goal and objective of the meeting is to determine next steps. Next slide, please. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Prieto to go through the meat of the slides. So over to you, Dr. Prieto.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today to discuss middle school start times. As Dr. Reed said, this has been on our side at least, a labor of love for over a year now. And I had the challenge and the honor of leading a team of 14 consultants and analysts in developing the work to date. So I'm excited to share it with you. I've got a lot of slides to cover. I am going to attempt to keep the presentation portion to 30 minutes so that we have plenty of time for questions and discussion afterwards. So just a quick reminder that this project, as Dr. Reed said, is really in many ways part 2 of the work that was completed in 2014-15, which resulted in moving the high school start times later, but did also adjust the middle school start times earlier. But that work in Fairfax really dates back to origins in 1998, when Fairfax was at the forefront in the nation of the later school start times conversations. In between 2014 and 2015, there was also a 2020 effort that also looked at school start times, and I'll mention some pieces from that as we go forward. So our goal in this project, as directed by the board, was to find options that got middle schools to 8 o'clock or later school start times. There were several constraints outlined in the RFP. The first, middle school start times at 8 o'clock or later. Secondary schools and high schools needed to remain at 8 o'clock or later, and minimal fiscal impact as much as possible. Next slide, please. So since I last spoke before you, the Prismatic team has been busy. We've reviewed a lot of data items supplied by staff in the division. We've heard from more than 700 constituents at in-person and online forums in the spring. We observed bus operations at most of your middle schools and your secondary schools. We interviewed many staffs and representatives of constituent groups, and we analyzed lots of survey input from constituents in the spring and the fall. Next slide, please. Here's a breakdown of the constituent bus drivers and attendants to get a feel for things, knowing that any changes that are approved by the board end up becoming incumbent upon the drivers and the attendants to make happen. We then did forums that included an online survey option for attendees. And then finally, in the fall, we had surveys of students, parents, and staff. On the fall surveys, we had sufficient student responses from 16 middle schools and one of the secondary schools. We had 100 or more parent responses from 21 middle schools and all three secondary schools, as well as sufficient responses from a number of elementary schools and high schools. And we had sufficient staff responses from all 23 middle schools. Next. Groups with whom we interviewed at least one representative. We cast the net as wide as possible, wanted to talk to everybody. I think I said it more than once. We'll talk to anybody in the spring when we were gathering input and just wanted to hear what people had to say. FCPS staff helped us develop the list, and then in some cases, those whom we interviewed led to subsequent additional interviews. All of the constituent input fed into the work that we did in the summer and the early fall, developing options. And so things that came up as constraints, concerns, things that we felt just, were just not palatable to a strong section of the community, guided us in choosing where we would start in looking at options. Also important in looking at this work is in where the division currently is in a number of different respects. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. DeAndrade to talk about the current state of transportation.
Good morning. Next slide. Good morning. Just talking to you guys, and I explained this slide to go through a snapshot of our daily operations and just using it as a guideline to as the future options go forward. We have over 1,625 buses to support 45,000 bus stops. Out of those 1,625 buses, route buses are 1,100. We have 236 spares. We have supervisors that have buses, 173 buses for supervisors and our floater bus drivers, 43 buses for training and activity buses, and then we have 46 buses that are growth or extra buses to accommodate additional routes that are added. Currently, we have 978 drivers and 364 attendants. So this is the bare bones of the drivers and the attendants that are going to be doing the work to operationalize any of the options that are to follow. So I'll turn that back over to Dr. Prieto.
And could I just jump in? I wanted to just elaborate on something Paul said that I questioned when I was going through this with Paul is if you look at the industry best practices and spares for a school system, it's 10 to 20% spares. If you look at that spares line of 236, that's about 15. If you add those 46 from growth, that takes it up to 17%. So we're a little high on that, 10 to 20%, but we're still within the industry standards. Because I know that's come up in my time here about, hey, why so many? The spares number jumps out and people think it's large, but I just wanted to give you that point of reference before we moved on.
Next slide, please. So continuing our look at, where the division is before we get to what it might be possible with school start times. We recognize that your current school start time window, SST, is between 7:30 and 9:20 in the morning. That's a 110-minute window, and so that guided us in looking at, what might be possible. Both, we actually looked at some scenarios that were a little larger than the 110, as well as some that are a little smaller than 110. Hit enter for me, please. Next slide. There you go. So in looking at the possibilities, looking at the range from 7:30 to 9:20, this left side of the slide shows where the school starts are. So those are the schools that were included in the scenario that we looked at. And you can see you've got the 23 middle schools right there at 7:30, and then another bunch, most of your high schools at 8:10. You've got onesies and twosies with your elementary schools sort of all the way down from 8:10. A little bit of a peak in the 8:40 to 8:50 range for elementaries, and then a last peak in the 9:15 to 9:20 for your elementaries. We hit next slide, please. How does this translate into the bus work? And so bus runs that are required to accommodate those school start times are shown on the right. And so for your 23 middle schools, there are 498 regular education runs that are required to get the students to school. And so if you look at the totals on the right, the far right side, you can see we've got a big glob of work that has to get done between 7:30 and 8:10 in order to drop these kids at school in time, hopefully for breakfast and then on to classes. Another small peak in the middle of that time period, and then a final, bigger than the middle but smaller than the beginning peak from 9:15 to 9:20. That results in 2,127 regular education runs that are currently being done every day in the morning and then again in the afternoon. An important point to note on this is that your current and school start times dictate the optimization of your bus runs. Another way to put it is that your bus runs are optimized for your current school start times. And what do I mean by that? Being that middle schools are the first drop in the morning currently, you can afford to do longer runs in the morning for middle schools. You could do a 30 to 5 to 50-minute run or a longer run in the morning because that is the first drop. And then in the afternoon, because that would also be the first school that is picked up in the afternoon to be dropped off back at home, you might split an hour run into two 30-minute runs and divide that work between the original bus and another bus. And so what effective school transportation departments do, and this one has done, is that your current bus runs are optimized for your current school start times. And that's an important piece to remember as we start going through the options. Next slide, please. So again, looking at the current situation, there are 783 general education buses in the data set provided to us that completed those 2,127 runs. 80% of your runs approximately are mirrored, meaning that in the morning they do a middle school, a high school, and an elementary school, for example, and in the afternoon they do the same middle school, high school, and elementary school. The word mirroring indicates the fact that in the mornings for that middle school run, I pick up students along a route, I drop them off at school. In the afternoon, I'm doing the exact mirror image of that. I pick them up from the school and I take that same run back the opposite direction. So we provided a little visual there to help with the terminology, because the terminology has shifted between your 2014-15, your 2020, some of your 2006 studies, so I wanted to be clear about the terminology we're using here. Runs make routes in the world that we're talking about. And so an individual run is picking up students and dropping them out of school in the morning, or picking them up from a school and taking them home in the afternoon. And so what you see, the visual on the left-hand side, we've got 3 runs making up a route for a bus. Next slide, please. What you want to see in an efficient transportation department is that you're making the best use of your buses that you can. And this is exactly what we see with those 783 general education buses currently. The number of runs that each bus completes in the morning is shown in that little table there. And you see that a majority of your buses are doing 3 runs, meaning they're doing exactly what the logos show on the left, or they're even doing 4 schools. So they're maybe doing a middle school, middle school, elementary school, high school, elementary school, or any combination. We saw a variety of things. You have a number of buses, a small number, that are only doing 1 run in the morning. These are largely for some of your specialty programs, but then also some of that is the optimization because of the start times that you have. Next slide, please. So what did we do in 2014-15, or what did the division do? The division used a process called peak utilization modeling. Essentially, that involved taking the routes, as I described them, breaking them up into the individual Lego piece runs, and then putting them back together in new routes and counting up how many buses are needed at the peak in the morning or in the afternoon, and whichever number is the greatest ends up being the number of buses is estimated to be used. It's important to note that that work did not break runs apart. It looked at runs as individual, just like you can't split a Lego apart, indivisible units. The 2014-15 work looked at 4 scenarios. Those scenarios were taken back out to the public and provided in forums and survey work to get input from the public on them. And then the board voted on a final recommendation. 2 things to note on this slide. The cost estimates were fairly small at that point in the context of the overall annual transportation budget. And Ultimately, the adopted school start times for middle school, secondary schools, and high schools did not exactly match any of the 4 scenarios. So there was some subsequent adjustment before the final adoption. Next slide, please. This time around, we've used a similar but not exactly the same methodology. We also started with the existing runs and then recombined them into new routes based on various school start time options. You can see a partial listing of what we began with in the database here, color-coded by Lego colors, so you can see there's some middle school, some elementary, and some high schools in there. That listing also included distance and time. And then when we put the runs back together into routes, we included calculations for the time in between the runs that's necessary, which would vary depending on which Lego piece is combined with which Lego piece. Then, because our team included routers, and FCPS now uses a much better routing system than you had in 2014-15, and even than you had in 2020, we were able to look at the routes individually and build the routing options within the division's own routing system. We also had the ability to assess places where some runs could be split up or otherwise edited in order to arrive at a solid initial estimate of how many buses be required for each option. This work helped to counterbalance the fact that your current runs are optimized for your current school start times. We know you wouldn't continue to do exactly the same runs if the school start times changed. Next slide, please. So while our route building work was done with the regular education data, we also took a look at the impact on special education busing. And so here's where the division currently sits in that regard. The division has 350 approximately AM and PM and 135 midday special education runs, serving the schools that we modeled in the options. They use 320 buses. You can see pretty quickly right there comparing the 2,127 to the 783 regular education buses, lots of tiering going on, 350 AM, PM runs to 320 special education buses, very little tiering possible within the constraints of what's required for special education. Then there are 90 approximately AM and PM, 6 midday and 8 late runs for schools serving exclusively specialty populations. Those use approximately 100 vehicles. Those are almost entirely in what you consider your own ecosystem, and so they could shift start times as desired in any direction. We did confirm that the division currently has very little overlap between the fleet serving the general education runs and the special education runs, and much less overlap than looks like was present in 2014-15. Next slide, please. Last slide before we dive into actual options. The Transportation Office and the Finance Office provided cost details that we used once we determined how many additional buses would be needed for an option. Key to this work is that 47 figure Mr. D'Andrade mentioned earlier, the 46 additional extra buses that are available for assignment right now. This means that for anything up to and including 46 additional buses, the only additional costs to the division would be the incremental cost of the driver, the fuel, and the maintenance. After, when we get to bus 47 and on, now you're talking about having to buy an additional bus. And we priced out options for diesel buses and electric buses, knowing the division's commitment to moving towards electric. We also, the cost methodology is slightly different from the 2014-15 in that the division pays for buses over 5 years. Life expectancy of a bus is 15 years. So we put the payment costs in the first 5 years and then included the next 5 years costs without the payment costs. Took an average of that 10 years for what it would look like. Recognizing that once you get to 10 to 11 to 15 years of bus life, sometimes your maintenance costs shoot way up depending on the bus that you have. So that is our estimate for an additional bus on average for each of the first 10 years of its life. Next slide, please. So after a summer and early fall of grinding away at potential options, these are the ones we would like to offer. I'm going to review each one separately. This is just an overview. But each one meets the requirements of middle school being at or after 8 a.m., the high schools and the secondary schools remaining at or after 8 a.m., minimizing fiscal impact as well. Note that the bus estimates shown here and in subsequent slides are where the scenarios sit now. They are not where they would be at final. And we have some good data from our work in Anne Arundel to know where we sit now and what we would end up with once the final solution is selected, once the transportation department takes those bell times back, puts them into the system, grinds away at all the other changes that routinely happen from year to year. Students go from middle school to high school, students enroll, students unenroll, all of those things. Next slide, please. Next slide. There was an extra in there. Okay, option A. Option A pushes middle schools to 8:45. It also pushes secondary schools and high schools later. Almost all of the elementary schools shift earlier by an average of about an hour, but that is not distributed evenly. Some shift earlier by about 25 minutes, some shift earlier by 105 minutes. It does meet all of the criteria. It also moves all of your secondary students, so your middle, your secondary school, and your high school students to 8:30 or later, which is in keeping with the research, which recommends 8:30 or later school start time for those grade levels. The solution currently sits at an additional 13 buses, but we've estimated that at run rate, it'll be a likely range of 0 to 25 additional buses. And so the data point we have from Anne Arundel, which applies to all 5 of these solutions, is that when we arrived at the initial solution with them, we were at a 10% additional bus cost. So for extrapolating to your numbers here, that would be an additional 78 buses. By the time we were done working with them and looking at what their options were, again, breaking runs apart, which is not work that was done in 2014-15, we were at a 0 additional bus solution in Anne Arundel. And so we did take that into consideration and then also looked at some pieces of additional work that we could identify within each one of the options to figure out where the likely result will be. And so the current additional 13 buses for this one, we think is a likely range of 0 to 25 additional buses. And so we provided you with the estimated annual cost there. Next slide, please. Option B pushes middle schools even further to a 9 a.m. start time. It also pushes secondary schools and high schools later. Your elementary schools go an average of 18 minutes earlier, but there's a range. Some go 80 minutes earlier, some go 50 minutes later. That is entirely dependent upon geography, where they are in relationship to other schools and buses that are available to complete work. This one also moves all of your secondary students, middle schools, secondary schools, and high schools to 8:30 or later in keeping with the research. It currently sits at 66 additional buses. We think it's a likely range of 20 to 35 buses additional if it's selected for implementation. Next slide, please. Option C pushes middle schools even further to a start time of 9:30. It keeps middle school, secondary, and high schools at 8:30, and it trims back that second elementary time to 9 o'clock, difference from the option B, which had a second elementary time of 9:20. And I should point out with options A, B, and C, we have eliminated the cascade of elementary schools with varying start times of 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there. These are either ors. So in each one of them, what we showed you was either that earlier start time or that later start time for your elementary schools. We feel this provides a lot of simplicity in terms of the planning for transportation, and experience shows that it tends to provide simplicity for other elements of the organization as well, because you're not constantly having to figure out which one starts when and ends when. Options B and C together are really the closest to what was implemented for Anne Arundel, which was an elementary school, all of their elementary schools at 8 o'clock, all of their high schools at 8:30, and their middle schools at 9:15. The difference in these systems between the two is that percentage-wise, Fairfax has a higher a ratio of elementary schools. And so we initially tried to cram all of them into one level to see what that would look like, and ultimately had to back it out and go with 2 levels for the elementary schools. Option C is also similar to what Fairfax had for Plan 4 in 2020, but that included a 7:30 start time option for some of your elementary schools, and constituent input from the spring really led us away from looking at a 7:30 start time for elementary schools. You'll see that our options, the earliest possible to one is a 7:45. Next slide, please. Option D changes nothing except the middle school start time. We knew that that would be something that people would want to look at, if only to see what the cost might be. It does not get all of the older students to an 8:30 or later school start time, but it changes nothing except the middle schools and moves them to a 9 o'clock start time. With this one, we believe that the likely range of additional buses needed would be 75 to 150. If you push middle schools even later, that does come down probably closer to 75 to 100, but we don't quite get to a zero until we start talking about 10 o'clock. And so this is the first scenario that would involve the purchase of additional buses, as well as make use of all of your 46 buses. This one is similar to Plan 1 that was provided in 2020, but we cut costs pretty substantially by pushing the middle schools to a 9 o'clock. Plan 1 in 2020 had it at 8:20. Next slide, please. Option E is the last one I'd like to show you. It recognizes that we could achieve all of the RFP goals by simply moving all school start times by 30 minutes. This gets middle schools to an 8 o'clock start time. It pushes secondary and high schools to 8:30 and 8:40, and then all of your elementary schools would also shift by 30 minutes. It is likely, with the number of schools that are in there at the 9:40 time, which would be at the 9:50 time, which is currently 9:20, we could probably trim that down to 9:40. With minimal fiscal impact. This one obviously has no additional cost. Benefits to this one is it's an easy change to communicate. All the bells shift by the same amount. Your bell relationships, the current ones, would remain intact. So middle school would be going before high school and so on. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of all of the options that I've showed you with the current pieces in front. There are a couple of footnotes in there. There are a few specialty schools and a few regular schools that are not shown in the current bell times. This is the predominant bell times. There's also a footnote for option C. I did say that they all would start at one of those two times. There are 2 elementary schools in option C that would shift to 9:30, so they're not all at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. And then the cost of the buses and the cost shown below are not the buses that I showed you originally, which was where we were at current scenarios. Those are where we believe that they would be if the option is selected for implementation and the Transportation Department has time to work through the possibilities of where they can achieve further efficiencies. And then the cost options are shown as well with the range for the buses. Next slide, please. Some considerations. We talked a fair amount in the last month or two about what considerations might need to be put on the table and things that we thought about as we were developing options. The first, the boundary adjustment process overlaps. We recognize that. We do think that if the boundary adjustment process results in the things that it's likely to result in, the reduction of attendance islands, for example, that should reduce the transportation burden. And the other piece to consider with that is that concerns about whether or not the transportation office could handle 2 changes in a row or whether it would be better to do 1 change all at once. I think the response to that is, transportation departments respond to change all the time. Students move up grades every single year. Students enroll, students unenroll. There's construction in certain sections of a school system. So the main result from a boundary adjustment process should reduce your transportation burden. Another thing to consider, as I said earlier, the Transportation Office has much better routing software than it had 2 years ago. That is going to reap them benefits in terms of being able to perhaps even do better than what we have estimated as final bus numbers. We did take a look at the AAP shuttle buses because they were a concern, and they are not what we expected to see in terms of students potentially taking a bus to a home high school, then immediately getting on a bus to go to an AAP program elsewhere. They actually occur throughout the school day. Students can go for 1 block, they could go for 2 blocks, they could go for 3 blocks. So that work is spread over not evenly, but it's more spread over the actual school day for them. So that ended up being less of an impact on changing school start times than we thought it might be. We also think that changing school start times could be an opportunity to optimize in this area. We noticed a number of pieces where there are more students going to an AAP program than there are students in the home school enrolled in that program. So maybe that's an opportunity to look at, instead of spending that money on busing students to it, if it's, it's a program that could be replicated in another school, perhaps there's room to do something like that. We did recognize that for many students in AAP classes or programs, that they're losing instructional time on either end taking that bus. So that might be something to think about. Next slide, please. We took a look at the high school sports. That situation has changed since the 2014-15 work. Your high school sports start right after school. We would expect that to shift with whatever school start times are adjusted for high school. We also took a look at after-school facilities usage by community groups, both sporting groups and others, and found that while on a positive note, your facilities are in great use by the community, which is a wonderful thing to see. Most of that usage begins at 5 p.m. or later. Some of those groups go as late as 11 p.m. We do think that with a shift, if you shifted some of your secondary schools, middle school, secondary, and high schools, to later, there might be opportunities for morning community usage. We did take a look at the middle school after-school programming, which currently runs 2:25 to 5 p.m. every day, or not every day, most days in most middle schools. The portion that is primarily sports and clubs is typically only about 55 minutes long. And so you see there a typical schedule for a middle school, and that piece from 3:25 to 4:20 is the sports and club piece. What happens between 4:25 and 5, several websites, middle school websites, have it listed as I showed it here: intramurals, homework, socializing, dismissal. And the reason I think it's listed that way is because the buses come in a range of times between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. So they can't really do effective, whole group programming in that time period. Next slide, please. At this time, I'd be happy to entertain questions or discussions. If you can go to the next slide, we can have the options summary slide up there again, please.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I have 3 board members already on the list, starting with Dr. Anderson, to be followed by Chairman Frisch and Ms. Marin.
Firstly, thank you for all of this. I know I have a lot of parents in our middle school that are waiting with bated breath on this work. It's been quite the journey because we also have the 3 middle schools where we have 3 grade levels. So we have a greater percentage of parents and families that are impacted. So the Mason community is very invested in this. And I know this board has been too, and the last board rather, because this has been a huge point of conversation in the last board. So thank you for this really thorough work. I wanted to get back a little bit in terms of what you talked about regarding the boundary work. I wanted to be sure that sequentially what is being proposed here can happen. Can you give me the arguments why we should not do this before the boundary is completed? The boundary work, whatever that
The
ends up.
argument's why we should not.
Why should we wait until the boundary work is completed, or should we not? I'm just trying to get a sense of, are we overly duplicating the work? Are we being short-sighted if we deal with the start times before the boundary work is completed?
I think that it's difficult to come up with reasons why we should wait for the boundary work to finish before this is implemented, for a couple of reasons. As I said, you have a great transportation department and a routing team that can handle changes. They handle change all the time already. And putting together the pieces for a school start time change and then an attendance boundary change is work on their part, but it is not overly burdensome to do them separately, and there's not a lot to be gained necessarily from doing that all at once. I do think that what we've tried to provide in these options gives you some simplicity to what you currently have. The range of your elementary schools across that 7:20 to 9:30 is difficult to manage. And one of the things that one of our clients found that when they adopted more consistent school start times across their elementary schools was that there were other benefits outside of the transportation world. Now PD could be offered online at the same time because we knew what the schedules were for everyone. It was easier to communicate to families, those kinds of things. If you went with school start times earlier and you adopted the most expensive in terms of bus driver option that we have here, which would be option D, you would potentially be looking at purchasing some buses as well as bringing on additional drivers that's bigger than the other options. And so there might be a concern there is if we do that option and then later we change the attendance boundaries and now all of a sudden we need far less busing. I think the only risk there is that now you have some extra buses. Your natural turnover in bus drivers, I mean, you're currently short drivers now, and so I don't think that the transportation department would say that, we'd end up having to let any drivers go. This would be, this would probably fill gaps that are going to happen turnover-wise anyway. I might present some other opportunities for how they organize their work. Reasons. One possible reason for why you might want to wait, and this is a stretch for me, but every change is disruptive, right? And so if we go and do a school start time change, you are moving, you're not changing necessarily where students go to school, you're just changing the time. And then if you do a boundary adjustment on top of that, now the following year, they might be at a different time and at a different school. The impact might be felt more on staff with those subsequent changes. There were some staff members in the survey who said that, if you change middle school start times to earlier, later, if you change it at all, they're going to look at other school options. And I think that I don't know if that would be true with attendance boundaries or not, but I do think that, change is difficult. I worry about the potential impact of trying to do two large things at once. Our work in Jefferson County and Kentucky, one of the things that they attempted to do was make a large number of changes at once in terms of school start times and routing optimization and attendance boundaries or attendance assignment, and they struggled. There were a lot of reasons for that there, and I don't see signs that you would have the same problem here. But it is, recognize it is two big changes, and making them at once might be more difficult than doing them in sequence.
What would be a reasonable timeline in between these two activities, since you don't recommend doing two big changes all at the same time?
Well, so not knowing the scope of what you're doing with the boundary piece, and I think that one of the things that is important to differentiate with this is a school start time change. Anything other than option D here would impact every student. There are almost no elementary schools that would have a 0 start time change in option A, B, C, and then D would impact all middle school students only. I'm not aware of how much of an impact your attendance boundary process might be, but I would have to think that since many of your students are already attending the school around which they live, it's going to be a percentage of the student population as opposed to 100% of the students. And so that's a consideration. But if it is, if the attendance boundary process results, and I'm totally wrong, and it results in 75% of the students going to a different school, then you'd be looking at two huge changes. So my answer to it would be school start time changes work if they're communicated early and frequently, and you give everyone a chance to adjust. One of the things that was a strong lesson learned from the work in Jefferson County was they made the adjustment very late in the game, communicated it very late in the game, and a lot of systems didn't have a time to adjust. Anne Arundel, which was successful in making a huge start time change, communicated their new schedules months before. And everyone knew this is exactly what the change is going to be. There was no last-minute adjustments to it, which was a lesson learned from Howard County's work in trying to change school start times. They communicated early as well, but then they made some last-minute adjustments, and that hurt them. And then but once you've made the school start time change, your own experience shows that with great preparation, and then the 2015-16 school year, there were no problems. And there was a great newspaper article reporting on how there were no problems. I think they expected to see a lot. So there's that piece to consider. But then, so if you voted to do a school start time change in January of 2025, effective in 25-26, I would venture to say that by the spring of 2026, your new school start times will be the norm, and you'd be ready to do attendance boundary adjustments anytime after that.
And the last piece on that is, I believe with the boundary work, the superintendent is contemplating moving sixth grade into the middle schools for the other 22 high school, middle schools in Fairfax County, because we already have the 3 in Mason. Can you speak a little bit to that impact?
Okay, so that is going to likely make you remember the beginning slide where I showed you 23 middle schools, 498 runs to accommodate that? That, in all likelihood, would push that number up a little bit. 23 middle schools, 550 runs maybe, depending on what we get to. If you want to keep all of your middle schools at the same start time, that might impact the buses needed, but we've tried to provide enough separation between all of the major packets of work. 550 buses is still less than the 783 that you currently have. So that should work out okay. I would like to point out that one of the pieces that would be part of the work in getting from where we are in the current scenarios to the final bus numbers is looking at what your load factors look like. One of the reasons that we were able to, knock 10% off of our initial run at the Anne Arundel work was they had a fairly large number of very underutilized buses. We did take a look at load factors here, and your buses are not as underutilized, but there is room to add students to some of these existing buses. And we verified that both with the data that the Transportation Office provided to us and in doing the observations. And so all of that plays into that, which is why I think 498 to 550 is a good place to start. It might end up being much less than that by the time you get done.
So the worst-case scenario in that instance is you have a student who's a fifth grader and would have this potential change in their elementary start time, and then potentially the next year, if they were moved to the middle school as a sixth grader, will have another time to contend with, because high school is going to be high school, and
Right.
if you're already in middle school, you don't have that impact.
Right.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I don't think you talked about quite a bit, and I don't know whether this is a you question or a Mr. Muir question, is what are the potential savings that we can see here? Are there any? And I know there's some zero options, but are there any savings based on doing this work? I mean, if there isn't, there isn't.
I can answer it if you want. There is potential for savings. But it doesn't, it piggybacks off the school start time work, but it's not necessarily dependent solely upon it. And the savings comes from what I alluded to earlier, the fact that you now have a very robust routing system, that once your routing team, is fully loaded everything, you can start to see possibilities. It's really the difference. I'm going to date myself. It's really the difference going from like Lotus 1, 2, 3 to the current version of Excel. The power that is there is, it is huge. And it's a great thing. And it happened completely independent of this.
And we already have that in place currently,
You're
right, Mr.
currently
Muir?
running it. It should be fully operationalized 25, 26. They are currently running systems in tandem. And we're loading in special education routes over the late spring into the summer. And so that should be in place and provide you with a lot of possibilities for looking at things like, maybe we can shift this work from a big bus to a smaller bus. Maybe we look at, they'll be able to provide you with analyses of things like, let's change up how we do AAP if that's part of the attendance boundary discussion piece. That could have a huge impact.
Thank you. And what's that system called?
Traversa. Traversa.
Thank you. Can you speak a little bit, this may be Mr. Muick, in terms of our acquisition of electric buses? I know that has primarily come to us through grants. What is the trajectory of that? I know initially we had 35. What do you see in the next 5 years in terms of the number that we can achieve through those grants?
Yeah, by the end of this school year, we'll be at a little over 100, I think 102, with, grants and a little bit of purchasing by us. I think getting to that 2035, jet goal is probably worthy of a separate discussion at some time. I mean, we're doing our best, but there's a challenge too with not getting too far ahead of technology. Because we have a lot of routes that you can see in the system that we couldn't use an electric bus on because there's not enough time between the morning run and the afternoon run to recharge them and go. So there's a lot of considerations in there, but the one I'm pretty confident on is not meeting, is the challenge in meeting the 2035 to have all 1,600 buses be electric. A typical diesel bus is 150,000, electric buses 450, so 3 times the amount. And, we're in some tough financial times right now, so that seems like a tough one. We'll do
And what
everything
has
we
been
can
our
to get there.
grant amount each of the years that we've received it?
The
And-
grant amount? It just varies. We are always looking for new grants, so we've gotten one from EPA, and so one was 16 million. I may need some help from a friend here, Paul or Tracy or Michelle, but they've been varying amounts. So EPA will come out and say, hey, we've got some grant money available for electric buses, put your application in. So we got a bunch from them. We got another bunch from DEC. If you can jump in and
So currently, we receive from the Joint Environmental Task Force $2.5 million a year for electric conversion. Of those which we use that for our cost sharing for some of the grant opportunities by the EPA. In the past, we've had DEQ grants from the Volkswagen settlement. And currently, we're looking on starting to do our own kind of purchasing where we break it out in 5 years. So we're in the process of making an order for there. So it's going to be a combination of both. We're not sure when it comes down to the grant work, what grants are going to be available going forward. So I think the real path, without getting too much in the weeds, is looking at that budget that we have for buses, granted every year. Of course, our buying power is going to go down just because of the prices of
Sure.
the buses.
But I didn't hear anything about the Dominion grant or the Dominion allocation that they provided in the past.
Yeah, so that's the initial 8 buses that
And
came,
there's
that was
no
a jump
more?
start. No, but we work with Dominion, and Dominion's providing a lot of our charging infrastructure. So we're still having that relationship with Dominion, but it's not a grant, it's more a partnership.
Got it. I will definitely take a go back, but I do want to say I appreciate the fact that you talked about community use, but I'm struggling to understand how it would be feasible to have activities and sports in the morning. And I will expound upon that more during my next turn.
Any response to that?
So a lot of it depends on what options are selected. You see that with some of these options, you've got a 9:30 start on some of the facilities, so you could potentially see your way to 7:30 to 8:30 or 7:30 to 9 for community use. One of the reasons we brought it up was because we didn't want to say that we were, eliminating a potential block of time for community use, recognizing that the facilities are pretty well used here. But there are some groups that are running until 11 o'clock playing sports at night, and so they might want to shift to an earlier piece. The other reason it came up is because students told us that they were engaging in athletic activities early in the morning already. Swimming was one of them that came up as being a big thing, where they're in the pool at 5 a.m. And so now I see potentially a trade-off, right? If that's where the high school athletes are swimming, then the community's not swimming at that time, and maybe there's a flip that happens there. It's difficult to say for sure. I will say that with the athletics piece, that was one of the things that was brought up as being a substantial concern in the 2014-15, and then switched. But then in some subsequent research afterwards, within the division, students indicated that it turned out not to be as big of a problem as they had feared it would be.
Okay, thank you. It's a great conversation we're having this morning, but not to be unfair to Chairman Frisch, but when you provide the responses, if you could make a little more succinct so that we don't use up almost 20 minutes for each board member for the first round. Mr. Frisch, I was being very unfair to you.
Well, hold my time because I demand as verbose as you can possibly be. I'm not kid. I'll be interested to hear some comments from Mr. Moon and Mr. McElveen since they were on the board the last time we went through this. And I really do appreciate the depth of work that went into the proposals and whatnot. I just want to clarify something that came up with Dr. Anderson's questions. I think you said that, like, let's say if we move forward with like C or E or something like that, and then later down the road, we have the boundary work, we could realize additional efficiencies that would make those things more cost-effective in retrospect.
Absolutely. So the data point that I can provide to you succinctly is in 2018-19, the division looked at runs serving attendance islands, which would be something I would presume you would address with the boundary work. At that point, they were 4.1% of the runs that were being done. So if attendance islands were eliminated, in theory, you're looking at, those would go away immediately. Now, whether there would be additional buses to accommodate additional students within the run, but, potentially 4.1% would be on the table right away.
And then in addition to maybe needing more buses for middle school, if we move sixth grade across the county, we'd need fewer for elementary as a result of moving them, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Unknowable until you get to the actual
Right.
student database,
But
what
in
the actual
theory.
impact is, yes.
Okay. One thing I wanted to talk about, the data from the surveys is certainly interesting, but like with most of our survey data, I have to really remember that it is informative, not scientific, right? And so I'm curious, have you ever produced this type of research and then weighted the results that you get as opposed to just using the raw numbers to make the point? I ask that because there's a ton of scientific research out there that people who are supportive of change are far more motivated to take part in voluntary surveys. So, and that's not to say that we wouldn't end up with very similar numbers in a weighted sample. Have you done weighted samples for school divisions before?
We have done it. What we got with the fall surveys was largely middle school results. And so what we provided in the appendices did provide you with some middle schools to secondary school comparisons to help with that piece. But I would point to a 2017 study done on your own school system that was published in Sleep Health that did do a pre and a post survey work of the caliber that you're talking about for research level, and found that before change to after change, your high school and your secondary students slept 30 minutes more and reported less daytime sleepiness. Your middle school, which remember in that time period went from 8 a.m. to 7:30 start times, your middle school students reported sleeping 15 minutes less and reported more daytime sleepiness. And that survey work was done at the level you're talking about.
I appreciate that. Speaking of the impact, you talked a little bit about the Anne Arundel example and the transition they did, which was a large transition. Is there any data coming out of that on the end about, one of the things we talk about with the data around the sleep in addition to health is the impacts it can have on academics. Is there any research about the impact those changes may have had on academics in Anne Arundel?
So the superintendent of that school system was new with the school start time change and has spoken on the topic a couple of times. He has pointed out a number of academic increases. Again, not a causal, research-based study, but he has pointed out academic gains that he believes are a result of the school start time changes. He's also pointed out in a joking but also serious manner, he's never won more state championships than he has with the later school start times. And so I think that at least anecdotally, the data coming out of there are quite positive.
Okay. One of the things I noticed in the survey data was the volume of staff who prefer the status quo.
Yes.
And so, this is a question that I'll give to the superintendent to take back to staff, is what kind of implications there may be with collective bargaining if such a change is moved forward. So maybe we can have staff and our labor relations folks look at that question and bring that back to the board. that would be great. On the presentation, it indicates that maintenance is the same cost for electric and diesel buses. My understanding is that the maintenance is significantly less for electric buses. Is that the staffing element, or is that in error, perhaps?
You want to take that one, Paul?
So we still have to do checks on the buses every 45 days. So you have the staff through our contract with the county through DVS. So the buses are still being checked, they're still being looked at. Of course, where you see the big differences is going to be fuel. But on
And
top of-
parts.
And parts, right, fuel and parts. So there is a difference, but you still have to check the buses every 45 days.
So it's more of a staff cost than it is a parts and labor, or parts and labor, right? And then finally, I guess I'll take a go back because I'm just about out of time, but I appreciate the work so far. Thank you.
Ms. Maron?
Yes, thank you. I think this is really exciting and very cool. My first questions are about routes, and I'm wondering if during the analysis that was done, was there analysis of the current routes made? Meaning that, like, is ridership efficient? Are the buses running at efficient or full capacity? Are students who can ride the bus actually riding the bus, or are they getting to school in some other way? And then relatedly, are stops that are receiving buses really in need of them, or are they actually close enough to walk? And I ask because I hear about different scenarios where technically a student could walk, but they have to cross a highway, or they'd have to go through, a muddy, wooded area to get to school. And so I'm wondering if any of that kind of analysis was done, or you just took all the routes we have in whatever state they are and did your analysis.
So we initially, in developing the actual options, took the runs that you have as they are, and then came up with an initial result for each one of the options, A through D. And then did look at where can we break apart runs based on what we know about the process of optimization to current school start times and adjusting to additional school start times. We did also look at your load factors to see what might also be possible. And so data provided by the Transportation Office, average numbers of students on your regular education buses in the morning for elementary school to the end were 34, 28, 36, and 32. The only number that starts with a 2 there is your middle schools. That's the 7:30 start time.
But what's a good rate? Is it 30? Is it 40?
So-
And this might be a better question for our staff, how do you ensure that our stops are regularly evaluated, or the routes are regularly evaluated for optimization of, are our buses full? Are they running at capacity?
Yeah, they're evaluating them every year. Starts usually in October, where they'll do a capacity head count for a week to make sure, get the right count of number of kids at the stops that are getting on the buses. And then they'll relook at it then to see if there's any ways to optimize those routes. But, if you have 3 kids at a stop, 2 kids at a stop, you've got to deal with that. So.
Yeah, and I guess my question is not so much about the stops, it's that how full are the buses? And again, are kids walking that should be, or that are given the bus, or, and then, because there's a whole other kiss and ride scenario, so that's like one aspect that I just want to touch on and raise. The other thing is, can, Mr. Muick or Mr. DeAndre, can you speak about the software used to manage the routes? And that's insofar as, do we purchase that by a contract? Are there contract renewals? And what's the plan for keeping it current with extensions, upgrades? Just thinking about recent experience and having software be quite defunct, and we're still kind of patching it together. I don't want to see that. How do we ensure that we have the best software?
We currently use a system called MapNet, and we are in the process. We awarded a contract around this time last year to transition to Tyler Transversa, which you may have heard mentioned earlier this morning. That's the new software. We're also going down the path of converting over to Tyler mobile data tablets. So that's the iPad that's on the bus, so that we'll have the one suite of software and hardware on the bus, which will give us more functionality. Like currently, we don't have turn-by-turn on those mobile data tablets. Using both the Tyler software and the Tyler MDTs will give us that. It'll give us the options to upgrade to things such as badging kids on and off, highlighting kindergartners that have to get transferred to, to the assigned adult that's there to pick them up or drop them off.
Great.
Things like that. So we are moving that direction.
Okay, great. And so, Dr. Reed, this is one of those things that when we speak of, when we review your executive limitation, like, let's, confirm this is when we did it, so we know, and we're not, 20, 30 years down the road and we have this old system. My second group of questions are about program access. So this is definitely related to the boundary work. And, if we want to optimize program access, that could mean getting students into currently available programs or expanding the programs. So I feel like that's like a whole big thing that is so centrally tied to one of the big priorities of the boundary work that I see it inextricably linked. So I just want to put that out there for my colleagues' consideration. Regarding the impact on students, families, and staff. So I understand that transportation is nimble and can change, but asking families to change their bus time, change their school is not something I'm interested in doing in two separate things in a short period of time. I think people will really not appreciate that. I do think that the market of after-school, childcare, athletics, all those things will shift to the demand, but, we have to be aware of how much we're asking of our community to shift. I think we have to really make sure we're including in the decision-making how likely the same people are going to be changed. Is it like, 30 minutes of a start time and their school boundary? So I will ask more questions next about impact on educators and other things. Thank you.
Any comment?
No, sir, I didn't have any comment on that.
Okay. I go to Ms. Vice Chair Anderson.
Okay, so I have a bunch of questions. I'm probably going to need to go back, and I apologize in advance for the fact that they're all over my paper. So the first thing I want to ask is, if we can go down to a 90-minute window, why would we have not done that already? Because if our window's at 110 minutes, I'm hearing from parents all the time that bus routes are having to change at the beginning of the year because we have aspirational goals, and then it doesn't happen in real life because of traffic in the area. And so I just want to make sure that we actually recognize whether or not that 90 minutes is actually feasible.
So we did run the scenarios by transportation staff to look at that possibility and got an initial, thumbs up, yeah, looks like it could work kind of response from them to make sure that it was going to be there. The traffic concerns were prevalent in everything that we heard about in the forums. One of the things that I think needs to be recognized with the traffic concerns is that the schools themselves, with all of the kiss and ride work, are their own traffic entity in terms of generating traffic around the school, and that does impact the bus work. But if you shift the school start time, that bubble of traffic is just going to go to whatever the new school start time is. In looking at the options that were presented in 2020, that were all deemed to be feasible, there was one with a 75-minute window, as well as one with an 80-minute window.
And how many buses did that require?
Those were going to be large additional costs. The other two options that were there were 105 and 120 minutes. The windows in the 2014-15 work ranged all the way from 85 to 125 minutes, but it's not just the window that matters. So, for example, one of the 125 window options in 2014-15 had an additional annual cost of $22 million. Another one had an additional annual cost of $8 million. Same window. What matters is which schools are at which times.
Gotcha.
Ms.
Okay.
Anderson, if I could jump in real
Please.
quick, I would just want to point out, on these options, if we had that 120 vacancy, driver vacancies
Right.
filled, yeah, getting to the 90, definitely doable, and getting to the 80 would be, a little more challenging, but we could get there. But that 120 vacancies
So it's the
is,
go-back runs that are causing us trouble?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I will renew my concern that I've heard significantly from my community members so far, is that I have many people that are very worried about kids, that parents are going to go to work and kiddos are still going to be at home for middle school with no feasibility of getting to school on their own. We have a chronic absenteeism issue going on across the county that we're desperately trying to get under control. And then we're going to create an opportunity where we have kids that physically can't get to school if they miss the bus because their parents are already gone. I'm significantly concerned about us talking about community use before school starts because I think that's a safety issue, that making sure that we get people out of the building that shouldn't be in the building with kids, I think is a concern. However, if we did look at providing some of those after-school programs before school, not calling it SAC for middle schoolers, because that's not going to go well, but if we do offer some before-school activities that would allow parents to drop off their kids early and have some of those opportunities beforehand, I think that that's feasible for some of those. But a 9:30 start time for parents that have to be at work at 8 o'clock, that's an hour and a half for your 12 and 13-year-old to be at home alone, which is a problem for many, many parents. The other concern that I have that we haven't discussed is that we have a lot of elementary schoolers that get off the bus to older siblings. And that creates a problem in certain communities where you don't have someone that is going to be able to get off the bus with them. So I'm concerned about those aspects when we talk about it, and we're not really actually talking about which schools we're going to pick at the earlier time and which schools we're going to pick at the later time and how those things are being decided. So I think that those things I would need to see fleshed out before I could make a particular decision. So I'll stop there and get myself reorganized in terms of the rest of the questions I have. But those are my initial concerns, and to share some of the concerns that have been shared with me.
Mr. Moon, we don't have any comment. Those are good concerns, stuff that we hadn't looked at yet in terms of before and after school support for the kids.
If I could
we will.
offer a little bit of survey data in response to it. We did ask on the fall survey of students, are you responsible for taking care of younger siblings after school at least once a week? 23% of the middle school respondents did say yes. We asked the same question of parents. Do you currently count on your middle school student to take care of younger siblings after school at least once a week? Only 15% of the parents said yes. So yes, definitely a concern for a portion of the population.
Yeah, I would just say that sometimes it's parents not wanting to fess up with the fact that their middle schooler is
Perhaps.
watching their younger kiddos,
Perhaps.
or maybe not recognizing the full impact of what happens when you have your older child get your kids off the bus. So.
Okay, thank you. I have Rachna Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you, and my colleague actually asked a lot of my questions. My first question was going to be, that's a pretty big leap from 110-minute to 80 or 90 minutes. And while I appreciate if we have fully staffed buses, we can make it happen, we need to be in the reality we're living in now, which I can't recall the last time we had fully staffed buses, right, and not a bus driver shortage. So I do have concerns about that as a baseline to presume that we can do all of these things. So is that being able to be done because of this new software, or have you actually driven the routes to make sure that they can actually work?
It's largely looking at the software and understanding what might be possible and talking with transportation staff and observing operations. We did include one option that does maintain the 110-minute window, option E, which just shifts everything by 30 minutes.
Yeah, and that's a significant cost impact, which is what I kind of anticipated. Well, I guess, just by 30 minutes, but that also then gets some of the elementary school kids out very late in the evening, which I know is a concern from parents as well, about getting kids out in twilight or late for what their body clocks are. But having said that, I think I have concerns about the feasibility of taking that much time off bus runs. I know you'd mentioned the 2015, 2016, that there were no problems. I will tell you, as a parent who had kids in the school, there was lots of times where the buses were in a route that they couldn't turn around in, or kids were waiting on busy, crowded streets, and things had to be adjusted. I remember the significant impact on the community. Not to say that that's not going to happen, and it always will, but I want to be really careful not to assume that as we actually implement this, we're not going to find areas where buses are having difficulty turning around, or we're having kids waiting, and it still happens right on Braddock Road. The stop got moved from in the neighborhood to right on Braddock, which is easier for the bus, but a lot more dangerous for the kids. And I do think that we need to dig more into those pieces of this. Just my 2 cents. I also, I really appreciate that in terms of the boundary work and saying transportation staff is good at flexibility, and I totally have a lot of faith, Mr. Muick, in your staff. However, I also think that that's missing a couple other folks who will need to be flexible, and that's the students and the parents, and especially around childcare. It takes a long time to set child. As a person who used to be a single mother, I can tell you it takes a long time to set up childcare. And if we have a change in time now because we're adjusting these times, and people set up childcare around that, and then they get moved to another school with a different time, and childcare has to be redone, that is a significant burden on our families in the community. And so I don't think we can kind of gloss over that, right? And in similar way with the students, I do think students like structure. They like routine. So again, I don't think we can gloss over 2 changes instead of 1 change is a significant impact on students. So I'm not sure it makes a lot of sense to do this separate from the boundary work, but I just wanted to put that it's not just the transportation staff who I have full faith in being flexible. It is also families and students that are impacted, as well as our own staff who wanted to have structure. So I know my time is almost up. I've got, I'll pause there and kind of recircle, but I would like to hear more about the full impact, not just on transportation, but on everybody. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. While I might not have a lot of experience in the education industry, just managing projects and organizations over the past 30 years, 2 big projects like this that can, cause some disruption, I think they overlap enough that they can kind of inform each other. So I think we have to be very precise in how we roll them out and take that into consideration.
I agree. I think we need to be very thoughtful about how we do both of these. Thank you.
And if I could just add one point from the implementation from Anne Arundel, one of the things that the board president in Anne Arundel noted in after-action review of their process was she felt that one of the big shining stars that made them successful was the conversations that they fostered around childcare options when the school start time changes were known. The school system took the lead in bringing together providers and making sure they understood what the changes were, making all these options known to parents. I will say that, one of the things that we heard again and again and again in the forums for you is that parents do seem to face a lack of childcare options, even with the current school start times. So it's not necessarily that we create greater problems. We have an existing challenge in their perception.
Okay, thank you. I have Mr. McElveen as the last one on the list for the first round. Since he's not here, they will go to Marcia St. John Corning.
Thank you for all the work and presentation that you've done on this. My question in terms of the surveys, which we were talking about, and a concern that I have is to the childcare. How many, first of all, were the surveys translated, and how many did you receive that were translated surveys? If you could get me that data. And in terms of those that you did get back about children that take care or parents whose children, older siblings, take care of the younger siblings. The reason that I bring that up is that we need to look at the entirety of the demographics that we have and look at what areas there are children, older siblings that take care of younger siblings. I particularly work in one area where I know that happens a lot, which may be different than another part of the county. And so when we look at everything that we do, we've got to look at that lens of equity. And if this is going to disproportionately impact certain schools in certain areas, that's a concern for me. When paid childcare is not an option for some people. You have to have family childcare. And I also have the concern about this shift, which was already mentioned about students and parents and that time, but also our staff. We have to look at how that impacts our staff and some of those later release times. They also have children that they have to pick up. Or they also have children that have to get to school that are not in this county. So those are things that I would like for you all to delve more into so that as we move forward, we can have all that information.
So I can answer the question about the survey. The fall parent survey was made available in multiple languages. It was made available only online. FCPS staff took the lead in getting the word out about the survey. We did only receive 2% back in other languages than English. So we recognize that as an issue. I'm not sure what else could have been done to get the word out, but it was made available in multiple languages: Spanish, Korean, Chinese, several other ones beyond that. And so that was out there. At the forums, FCPS staff did provide interpreters in multiple languages, both for the in-person pieces, and they were available if parents wanted to complete the survey, which that one was only available in English.
Okay, with Mr. McElveen just making a grand entry to claim his 3 minutes.
Thanks. I had to go find tissues because we don't have tissues. So, and thanks to Christina for bringing them down. So first of all, thank you, Ms. Prieto, for all this work. For those of you who don't know, Ms. Prieto has done so much work for our system, transformative work over the years. She was the one who brought us the Prismatic report back in 2013 that transformed our food and nutrition services system. So really appreciate you and all you've done for us. I think this discussion is probably the most transformative work for students that we've undertaken this entire calendar year. And I think, in my humble opinion, it takes priority over a boundary study. It's hard work, and we've seen an impressive outcome. You've presented us a number of scenarios. I think we can find something that works within this. Carl asked for perspective just based on past experience of going through this. And really, what just has to be done is the board has to set a marker in the ground that it's going to happen and move forward. We found a solution back in 2015 that had some cost to it. Nothing we do comes without cost. I think it was $5 to $6 million, but that's probably one of the best investments we've ever made, in my opinion. So I'm looking at this. I'm seeing options with cost, and I'm happy to invest because this is, again, some of the most critical, important work we can do. Ms. Prieto, I do want to not let us lose sight of why we're here, and that is student health. So can you tell us a little bit about the cost-benefit analysis that's gone into this, thinking about things like teen car crashes or improved academic performance?
Certainly, I can speak to the research. There is we undertook a review of the literature from 2014 forward, recognizing that the previous work had already done an exhaustive look at the research base 2014 and prior. So what's different from 2014 until now? And there's a couple of things. The need for sleep is better researched and known, and that's at multiple levels. There's now some very good studies out there that speak to both the need for high schoolers and middle schoolers to have more sleep. There is more understood in the realm of neuroscience in terms of the fact that middle school and high school students are not just what parents have guessed, but are factually known to be fundamentally different in terms of circadian rhythms and their needs there, and that's been better documented. The American Academy Pediatrics statement expressing the need for middle school and high school to start at 8:30 or later came out in 2014, which was right in the middle of the previous large effort within the school system that resulted in the blueprint. And so there's also another 10 years of research on the need for sleep and some additional areas looking at things like mental health, as well as the tendency among teens who are sleep deprived to make poor choices. There's been a couple of longer longitudinal studies that looked at sleep deprivation in the adolescent years and outcomes later on in terms of risky behaviors that are fairly well documented. So in response, we know more and we know better that later school start times are what's best physically and mentally for students.
Great, thank you for that. And then I think I'll just conclude my piece here with just saying that, as I previously stated, I have no desire to wait for a boundary study to embark on this work. There's nothing more important we can do than work to improve our student health at a time of mental health crises and just other things going on in society that we can't control. This is something we can control, and I don't think we can wait. Thanks.
Any comment on that?
No, sir.
Okay, seems to be everybody has had a chance to ask some questions in the first round. I'll be the last one. Before we do have a second round, on the second round, I have Dr. Anderson to be followed by Chairman Frisch, Vice Chair Anderson. I have Rashina Seisman-Heiser. Anybody else? I have Ms. Marin. Okay.
Mr. Moon, sorry to interrupt. Are we
Yes.
doing 2 minutes for go backs?
I think we still got time for 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay? With that said, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with my colleague and a former colleague as well, Ms. McElveen, that it is an important work. I prefer not to wait. However, I still have some questions. So let me ask you those questions. Different options, obviously, may come down with how much the board may be willing to commit its financial resources. I mean, I'm looking at anywhere from 0 solutions all the way up to $17.3 million, which could be considered a lot of money. Our transportation budget is about $200 million per year. And in terms of what the boundary study or boundary adjustments may potentially bring in as transportation cost savings. We haven't done this yet, so it's all speculation. If it is 5%, it's a 10 million. If a 2%, it's a 4 millions. It could be anywhere. It could be anywhere. Whether the amount of potential cost savings could impact on board members in supporting one option over another. If a cost of saving is as large as 20 million, 10%, I have so much doubt about that, even from a lot of boundary adjustments. Then D could be, we might go with a D, even though it may cost up to $17.3 million. Board may do that. So that potential cost savings is a factor, could be a factor for board members in picking which options to go with. That's one question. In a second is really, the first one is actually my comment and sharing my thoughts on that. Second is whether we have ever run different cost modeling keeping elementary and high school as is, because survey data seem to show pretty reasonable satisfaction with current elementary and high school start times. But task is to change the middle school to later. Whether we have ever looked at from current start times from middle school by 15 minutes increment to later, how much that's going to cost us. Have you ever done that?
Mr. Moon, I don't think we have, but I'm looking to Paul, who's been here a little longer. I don't think we've run any modeling like that, shifting by 15-minute increments, keeping elementary, high school same, and moving the middle school to see if we could do it. Yep.
I can provide you with a couple of numbers. We did look at how far out we would have to shift middle school in option D to get us to, a number that might be considered minimal fiscal impact. And somewhere around the 945 range begins to approach that, but not changing anything else. I don't think we get to that piece. In reference to your first part of your questions, earlier I alluded to some 2018-19 data that showed that you were looking at attendance island runs that were about 4.1% of the system at that time. If, as part of the attendance boundaries, I think Ms. Marin alluded to it, looking at AAP assignments, same data set, 2018-19, your AAP runs were 18% of the total number of runs in the system. And so those, to the extent that that ratio still holds, that might be savings that are realized as attendance boundaries are adjusted. And then those two together dwarf the cost of the options A through A, B, and C, and of course E, that we've proposed to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the same question about running different financial modeling with a 15-minute increment for just the middle schools, keeping elementary and high school as is, whether that's going to be a lot of work or that's just something that you can easily get back to us.
Do you want to run it earlier than what we currently have in option D, or you want to see 9:15?
Currently it's 7:30, whether we can do 7:45, 8,
Oh,
8:15,
far
8:30,
earlier.
8:45.
You start to run into that bubble at the beginning that I showed you on the slide where you have a huge number of runs in that half an hour time frame. And so until you get beyond that,
Dr. Prieto, I just want to see, I want to know whether you can get back to us with the numbers pretty quickly, or that's going to be a lot of work.
we can make some estimates. It won't be as clean, I won't be as certain of the results as this.
Estimate is better than nothing, so. Thank you. My time is up, so I'm not going to get to my third one, so I'm going to put myself on a go back with Dr. Eldenson.
I have questions for Mr. Mateo. So
Yes,
this will be
please.
his turn. And there are 4. I'll give you 2 and then hit the other 2. Can you please explain whether the study included any consideration of childcare arrangements for educators and parents' caregivers? I am concerned that the proposed change in middle school start times does not align with childcare start or stop times and childcare availability throughout the county. Second question, the current boundary review includes consideration of moving 6th grade students from elementary school to middle school. If that proposal is adopted and implemented, can you please explain what changes would be required to the analysis that you have presented today?
In answer to the first one, childcare definitely came up as a concern and was something that we looked at as possibilities. And so right now, you have a number of places where elementary students are either the last one to leave or the first one to leave in comparison to their older siblings. So it becomes a very difficult task to figure out, which parents are doing which arrangements in terms of older siblings taking care of younger siblings. But we did include a couple of options where some portion of the potential older siblings are getting out earlier than some portion of the elementary school. We tried to preserve some of those relationships in there. And so for options A, B, and C, we provided you with a list of what the school start times would be down at the individual school level, because we knew everybody would want to see what the elementary school pieces are there. But again, it's a difficult piece to parse through with what you currently have. It was a concern. And as I said before, I think that will be the first thing that parents will want to address with whatever school start times are adopted. Their second question was related to, I'm sorry.
It was the same question that I had asked earlier, 6th grade students being moved.
Potentially an increase in the number of middle school runs that are required. And so I said 498 to maybe about 550 is probably where it would end up starting. But recognize that the load factors on the middle school buses with the best data that we have the buses at, where is it? Somewhere in the neighborhood of half full on average. Now, that doesn't mean some buses aren't jam-packed. What it means is there are some buses that are definitely not jam-packed. And so it really depends on where those 6th graders live. It should also result in potentially, at the system level, a lower need for buses for elementary schools because you're taking off a chunk of the student body.
Questions 3 and 4. Can you please clarify the scope of the study? Did you approach the study from the perspective of determining the appropriate start times for elementary, middle, and high school? Or were you just focused on middle school start times? And last one, did you determine whether the survey respondents were representative of the FCPS student population?
So the RFP requirements were middle school at 8 o'clock or later while preserving secondary and high schools at 8 o'clock or later. What we did add into that is the knowledge of the research body that recommends secondary, and high school at 8:30 or later, and tried to provide options that met the current research, recognizing that the 8 o'clock or 8:10 start times for secondary and high schools was done at the time where we were just getting to the AAP statement of 8:30 or later. The research base on elementary students actually says that earlier school start times are not a negative for them in terms of academics. And then there is some research that points to start times as early as 7:30 for elementary schools is not a negative in terms of academics. However, your public, just like every constituency out there, status quo becomes what they prefer. And we saw that in the survey results, and we certainly heard that in the forums, which is why we did not even look at a solution that offered elementary schools at 7:30. The earliest we went was 7:45, and that was not all of your elementary schools. And then as far as representative, we did look at, we did not ask a number of demographic questions that we would typically include in a more research-based study. We were concerned about length. There were a couple questions that were just not available to be asked. But we did look at number of responses from each one of the schools that were selected and able to draw generally representative. Again, I don't have the demographic data to be able to go in and splice out more so what I would like to do with it. Surveys were already getting pretty long. And so, you run out of, people don't respond the longer the surveys get. And it's getting worse and worse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Dr. Anderson.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the things we didn't talk about is the safety factor, because I think the concern that I have had, driving around at 6:30 in the morning and seeing students there in the dark, particularly during these times. Can you speak a little bit about that, please?
Sure. So there's a couple of safety factors to consider, and they actually operate on both sides. So you have civil twilight concerns, which were a large topic of discussion in 2014-15 within FCPS as well. And civil twilight involves, obviously it varies throughout the year depending on what time of year you're at. And so we did take a look at to what extent we have current civil twilight violations within the existing system, recognizing that we'd rather not have any. And when I say civil twilight violations, I mean we're picking up students before civil twilight occurs in the morning, or dropping them off afterwards. And so there's not much of that currently going on in the system. There is some. And I think that what is a larger concern in terms of safety of stops is whether or not the walk to the stop is, on a sidewalk and is lit, as opposed to I'm walking on a actual street and there's no street lights. So we did look at that, and that's why we attempted to keep things within that magic zone. And if we had unlimited buses, we would all start at 8:30. All schools would start at 8:30, and all schools would get out at the same time, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But we don't have that possibility. And so we looked at that piece. Your second piece of the question was, I'm sorry.
There was only one piece, just a safety component.
Yeah.
Mr. Muick, in your comments just a little while ago, you talked about kind of your work and history of doing this work. I want to make sure that I understood that you say it wouldn't be beyond capacity to do these separately, or was your preference to do them together? I don't know if I captured exactly what you were articulating just a little while ago.
Yes, ma'am. I was just saying that when I've been implementing projects of this size in the past in previous positions, two projects that have a decent amount of overlap like these do, and implementing them, very closely together, separately, just never made sense, because they seem to inform each other. They seem to help highlight things that maybe individually you wouldn't have noticed. And it just made sense to see how they would impact each other and bring them both out at once.
Okay.
It's an option.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the things that I also noticed in the teacher surveys, there were very low responses. I think 38 was what was on one of the slides from the spring survey.
Yes, ma'am. And so those are from, so in accordance with FCPS rules, the only way that we could do a spring survey was to offer it as an activity at the forums. And so we were not able to offer it out to the world. It was just those who attended the forums. And so we didn't have a lot of staff that attended the forums.
Is that something that we can do differently? Can you speak about that a little bit, Dr. Reed?
Yes, Dr. Anderson. Maybe Mr. Muick, I don't know that I was involved in that conversation, so perhaps
Yes, ma'am.
you could help us with this. Thank you.
Got it. Dr. Anderson, we really try to manage the survey fatigue of the community. And at the time when we started doing the forums, the survey queue of surveys going out, academic, after-school activities was filled. So the only way we could do surveys was in association with the public forums that we were doing, because there just wasn't a window to stick any more surveys into the pipeline to get out to the community.
But the community did get their surveys. We have parents at 6,000, almost 6,200, but we just have the staff at 38.
And the surveys that we did were just in September, October. So a second ago, I thought you mentioned in the spring, and I was
Well,
referring
it
to the
says spring
spring.
24. That was a time frame that's right next to it on chart 5.
Back.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the difference between the spring and the fall, ma'am.
I see.
So
Thank
we only
you.
had 400-plus parents at the spring forums that chose to complete a survey, which was actually a substantial portion of those who attended.
Okay. Thank you. One of the things that I do want to say is that I am in agreement with Mr. McElveen. I don't think this is a space for us to ignore, to do nothing. Doing nothing is really not an option. I certainly understand the cost. I certainly understand the shortage of drivers. How many bus drivers are we short currently?
We're currently short 120 drivers.
120 drivers. And those things are important, but I also understand the safety and the health risks, which is why I'm really looking at option D as, option E as a good option to review and to dig into a little bit further, because the cost is minimal, it says 0. The impact to childcare would also be minimal because everyone is moving 30 minutes. So you will still have the availability of the middle schoolers to attend to the elementary school students. It's the same run times of 110 minutes. It does not require additional buses. But what it does raise for me is, what conversations have we had with the county regarding SAC? Because as a former parent of SAC, it is really, really an important support to the community that would impact a lot of the childcare discussions that we've had. Now that if option E were to be the option, moving it 30 minutes may be a hardship for some parents who don't have that 30 minutes. Have we had conversations with the county regarding SAC expansion?
No, ma'am, not in relation to shifting middle school start times. Now, I know there's other ongoing discussions with the county and SAC of expanding because they got a big wait list, but nothing directly related to, hey, here's some alternatives to changing middle school start times. Could you support any of this? We haven't had any of those, because I
That's
felt
what
like
I'm
that would be
asking,
getting
but
ahead of you all.
But
to
that's
have
also a
that.
long-standing concern. Since I've been on the board way before these discussions, there's been a want from parents to have an expansion of SAC, because when you're on that wait list and you don't get it, parents are scrambling. So that's an ongoing discussion. Okay.
Any comment?
No, sir.
Okay, Chairman Frisch?
Thank you. So I think looking forward, what I would hope in terms of next steps, and this is something I might put in the next steps document, are a couple things. One, I'd love to have, perhaps in a Friday letter, the superintendent's assessment of what it would take to operationalize and, the professional judgment of her and her team about the best approach that we might pursue and how that would work in conjunction with or apart from the boundary work and what the preference would be there. I think those are important elements of it. And I wouldn't be comfortable as a board member making those decisions without the professional guidance of the team that's responsible for implementing everything and having plenty of focused time to devote to what the impacts of those things are. I think the work that's been done to get us to this point is pretty good in terms of, is great in terms of the information being provided and the interesting insights we have from the survey data. But now, I think the next step is not the board deciding what we're doing. It's the professional staff looking at these options and then reporting to the board on what the best path forward is. Then the board can decide whether they agree with that best path forward, if they want to kick the tires a little bit more to see if there's some adjustments that can be made, et cetera, and then we can move forward as a team. So that would be my preference and my advocacy. I won't be taking another go back, but I do appreciate the presentation and the work that went into it and all the work that staff has done to help provide the data necessary for the report. So thank you.
I have Vice Chair Anderson to be followed by Roshna Sizemore-Heiser.
I want to start by saying that I think that everyone that does this work centers the importance of health, mental and otherwise, of all of our community members. So I don't think that us talking about whether or not this is feasible in relationship to our work with boundaries is related to whether or not we think this is good for kids. I do think that systems can only handle so many changes at one time, and I do want to make sure that we're making smart decisions as to how we're implementing those changes along the lines of what Mr. Muick recommended as well. Can I ask how long is our current elementary school route? Like, what's our longest elementary school route?
It tends about 50. The longest would be about, at most, an hour.
Okay, so if we have a 7:45 start time, we're talking about 6:45 for a start time for elementary schools that are on that particular route, and that is a 7-year adventure. So unfortunately, I understand that we do have some older kiddos that are outside in those twilight hours that are dangerous. I am far more concerned about the kindergartner that we would be sending out at that time to cross busy streets and things like that, rather than the 7th and 8th graders, so in 6th grader in some circumstances. So I recognize the fact that we want, again, if we had infinite money, infinite time, we would make sure everybody's school started at exactly the perfect time. But I have heard from several community members that are like, yes, we understand that this is hard. It's 2 years of hard, potentially 3, depending on where we go, but it's not 7 years of hard. And when you have your youngest members that are in those twilight hours, that is what causes me concern. Something that we haven't talked about up to this point is special education. And I am particularly concerned about the length of the special education routes when we're talking about moving up the elementary start time, because we have some of those kids that are on the bus for an hour and a half. And I understand that that's different than the general education, but we haven't talked about the impact of those students and what it does for their health to be able to sit on a bus for an hour and a half in order to receive the care. So one of the reasons that I personally would advocate for waiting for boundary work is because I'm hoping that we can alleviate some of those bus routes for kids that do need those special services, to make sure that they're not sitting on a bus for an hour and a half and we can get services closer to where they live. And so that is one of the benefits that I think it would be of holding off on this, to see if maybe we can alleviate some of the AAP stuff and we can look at special programming. So I don't think that this is an issue of whether or not we care about the mental health of our 7th and 8th graders or 6th graders. That is not the concern. As a parent of a 9th grader, I just dealt with this for 2 years. I got it. I do think that we need to make sure that we're looking at it holistically in terms of the mental health and welfare of all of our students and not just this population.
Any comment?
No, sir, we got all those notes.
Okay, Roshna Sizemore-Heiser.
I'd be happy to pick up where my colleague left off, because I actually had a couple examples of the extensive, and having had a special education kiddo who was shipped out of Boundary, out of Pyramid for lack of programming, it is significant impacts on the amount of bus time the students are at. And I know we had a study at some point that showed this special education students spend the longest amount of time on buses. But for an example, Canterbury Woods Elementary School, that has the only deaf and hard of hearing program in the entire county, if we move it from 9:20 a.m. to 8 a.m., the kids' commutes are about an hour and a half each way. That means they're getting on the bus at 6:30. We've got to think about 3-hour commute times for some of these students. Similar with Freedom Hill with an ID center and a PAC, which, by the way, are our youngest kiddos in preschool, 2 to 5-year-olds. If we move it to 8 or 8:15, they're going to be picked up at 7 a.m. So what disturbed me, and I did bring this up both with my meeting manager and my 2x2, is that there really isn't anything that talks about that impact. You have a special education methodology in here, but you don't actually talk about the reality. And if we're going to talk about equity and fairness, and health of students, some of these students who have significant health needs as well, that's a huge gap, I think, in this. And it's another reason why I think we all care about our students' health, we all care about their mental. My daughter was in at a secondary school that started at 7:20 in the morning when she was in middle school, all the way through 2 years of high school. I know, it's hard, but we want to get it right. Because we don't want to disrupt their health by causing disruptions once and then disruptions again. And I also think some of these out of Boundary, out of Pyramid work can be addressed through the boundaries, and then we can have the most optimal start times for everybody. Not the majority, because those are the ones we focus on, because the outliers we've left out of this report. And the special education students who are out of Boundary and are outliers, and they're left out. And that's a problem. So if we care about all students' health, I think we need to have a report that looks at all students' needs. And I think we need to have work done in a way that's strategic, that's not going to cause disruption this year and disruption another year to schedules, because that also impacts students' health and well-being. And I think the timeline we have proposed for the Boundary work makes a lot of sense, Mr. Muick. I really appreciated what you said about when you're doing these two projects that can be this disruptive close together, it's better to do them together, right? If I'm misquoting you, please correct me, but that's what I heard. I think that makes the most sense to do this in the best way possible for our community to maximize all students' health and wellness. So I'll leave it at that. I think it doesn't make a lot of sense to pick these options in a vacuum without having the understanding of where our students are going to end up being in school first. So I appreciate all your hard work. I appreciate the presentation. I think we need to do this in conjunction. And hopefully that'll be just in a year or so. It's not going to be a lengthy amount of time.
Any comment?
I would just say that we did take a close look at what would happen with the special education busing situation. And I agree with you, an hour and a half on a bus is too long for any kid, special education or otherwise. It is the reality with some of your students. That is largely a function often of where a student lives and where programming is available. And so those relationships haven't been altered in looking at these alternatives. What this does likely change, you're exactly right, is that some students would be going earlier, but other students would be going later. And so it's a shift, which students are going in which direction. We did speak with various representatives that were associated with the specialty schools. And we were taking a look at initially at what might those be. I mentioned earlier in the presentation, with those 100 buses, they're essentially their own ecosystem, and they advocated very strongly for keeping the school start times that they have, and some of those are actually quite early, but they advocated for keeping them as they were, so we said, okay, this is what they would like to do, and it doesn't necessarily impact the work that we were doing in looking at school start times for the larger number of schools.
I'll take another go back.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marin?
Yeah, regarding childcare, as a parent, I went through the whole process of in-home childcare with the county, waiting on the list for SAC, all the private stuff after school through PTA. This is not a new thing, and it will just shift either a half hour or not, and again, the market will shift. SAC has been an unrealized program for decades. And we have an MOU, memorandum of understanding, that is from the 80s. And so I think what this board can do is continue to advocate to County Executive Brian Hill and the County Board of Supervisors to do more to realize the potential of that program. And I know, Dr. Reed, you've been making some inroads, but, SAC is what it is. And we can hope that it'll change, and we could try, but it's under our purview. Neither is the lack of pre-K or childcare. We are doing what we can, so I think we should apply that same lens here. We don't have enough funding for early childhood pre-K, but we're doing what we can. We're putting in classrooms. So I want to use that same approach here. We are not going to impact the childcare landscape of this county alone. And that really gets into what I urge my colleagues to consider about the length of time for change and how much this board directs not only the superintendent and staff, but actually will direct families of their daily schedule. And, just as my child went from elementary to middle, we got to change the daily schedule. Even if we kept the times the same, every family through every school transition is going to have to change their schedule. And there's a lot of speculation about, well, who's home to catch their kids and who's going to work in an office and who's working from home. We just don't know. We probably have every iteration possible in this county with 180,000 students. But I think that as a board, we can convey that we stay laser focused on what's best for kids, which was the impetus for this. It was, how do we get the best health? And I've been doing this, in the town of Vienna, where I have a bunch of parents who have been trying to get the noise ordinance changed for years of the town, and it's still not changed. So it's like, we know what's best, but we can't always do it. So, but I'm certainly not interested in wreaking havoc on people, even if, they think that we're upending all of these things, and maybe it's not that much in our opinions. I think it's a lot. I do think it needs to be simultaneous with the boundaries. I'd love for it to happen all together, but I recall being very planful in scheduling the work even earlier this year to review the boundary policy. We had set the middle school start time in motion. We had done them to get them as close together as they could be, and they are. So it seems to make sense, although I would love to have middle school start earlier because I'm going to have a middle schooler next year again. So total self-interest here. I would love to do it, but I'm not going to do it. That's how I feel, is I can't. And I would love to hear, yes, absolutely, Dr. Reed, what do you think in your professional opinion is possible? We heard a little bit from your Director of Operations. What can be done about SAC, about after-school programs? And what is your best, opinion, not the second, but of how we proceed with this data? Thank you.
Any comment?
I appreciate the question and that a little bit of time of thought before I would be responsive. I know staff is working on the SAC MOU. I think the current SAC model is going to likely need to be expanded if we're going to be able to expand access, and that's what Mr. Smith and the team have been working on. As with all things, models have to evolve with the changing new times, right? And I think it would be ideal if we could create a system where there wasn't a waiting list at every school. I think that would really create a very different level of stress for families, for staff. And I know staff's working hard on that model, and the county's very invested as well. So I'm hopeful we'll reach some solution here this spring. Skip, I know, is talking about childcare as well. So we're hopeful around that. With regard to these options, I think the research on sleep is clear for adolescents. I think as staff or as other board members have mentioned, some moves have been made, and I think now it's incumbent on us to think about what are those next moves. I think there is significant difference of perspective among staff and also community, to be fair, because of our traffic concerns and also childcare availability. Because we have so many staff that work out of the county. And so the SAC solution really is connected to this topic. So I think more to come on the 5 options, and really we can implement whichever of the 5 the board, I think, determines is the next step.
Okay, any other board member on second round before I go to myself? Just a quick comment I couldn't get to in my first round is something that was mentioned earlier by a couple of board members is lack of participation in the survey by language minority parents as a 2%. I'm sure that you did the best you could do, but I don't think 2% really reflects what we should be hearing from a language minority community, and hope that we can find the miraculously better way to get feedback from those community, which is significant, and their needs might be different from English speaking community members. With that, I'm going to go to Rashna for a quick third round.
Thank you. A couple things I wanted to mention. I agree with my colleague, Ms. Marin. I think we need to do them in conjunction. I think we did actually plan the timing of this so we could be as close as possible, because this was a conversation that started with the previous board. So I agree. I think it needs to be done in conjunction to do it thoughtfully well. A couple things I did want to mention. I think as we're doing that work, we do need to talk about community use if we're shifting any of our use and times, because we will have high school sports who will need a certain amount of time after school. So I think that needs to be part of that conversation. I do think that we need to better engage a broader section of our community, and that, Dr. Reed, I'll leave that up to you. What my colleague, Mr. Moon, mentioned in terms of, and also, I appreciate talking to the special education centers, separate schools, but they're on separate buses and different times. I'm referring to the students who are in programs in our comprehensive schools, and that is a very different reality when it comes to busing. And maybe you looked at this, maybe you didn't, but understand that if someone's going to a Burke school, the whole school is a special education school. If someone is based at Kings Park, Kings Glen, but being shipped out of Pyramid to Hunt Valley, that is a very different reality. And so, and I'm happy to talk offline about that, but that cannot be not embedded into the conversation. So I just, as you move forward, Dr. Reed, I think it's important to look at that reality. I agree with my other colleague about childcare. Maybe there's different parts of the community that has more reliant on older siblings for childcare. I think, but as we're looking at sixth grade, potentially going into middle school, as we're looking at, hopefully in our goal 2, inclusive settings and keeping students in their communities and rejiggering how we're doing some of these programmatic access, I just think that makes sense to do that work in conjunction with also trying to look at the health and welfare of our students and the school start times to make sure school start times optimize the health and welfare. So Dr. Reed, I just look to you to say, do you feel like as we do this work, those are all pieces that can be subsumed into the boundary work, start times, community use, or is it separate? How do we see that?
I think it can be included. I think it's a parallel conversation, though. I don't think it's an integrated conversation, because we have a lot of data to go through for the boundaries that is very technical, and I'm looking at Ms. Szymanski. It's really about geographic location per se. However, the reason this is such a complex task is if program availability existed differently, and we weren't busing across pyramids and regions, I think that also impacts any need to change boundaries, if that makes sense. So I think that it's like a large math story problem, not to bring the classroom to the board table, but it's sort of like, if the wind is blowing 20 miles, and so it's that type of question, because yes, program placement matters. SAC sort of capacity absolutely matters. I will also just insert a bit of feedback from high school students, which they have some concern about going much later as a high school because of jobs that many of them have, and other after-school either tutoring or programming that they have going on, and also the limited light we have just between end of school and end of day during certain seasons of the year. So it's just, I think that it is a complex set of questions, but that's why we have a great team working on it. I do think the special ed busing programming is something we have to take a look at. And that can also be the length of transportation can be resolved also by program placement decisions. And I believe that with the work we're doing around universal design for learning and more inclusive programming at pre-K, for example, perhaps we'll be able to minimize some of those runs, both in time and length and destination. So to answer your question, they're all connected. And we're going to continue the process of study. I think some of these options, like the one that says just move everything 30 minutes, doesn't require that deep level per se. It's, it's a decision that everything moves and that other work still goes on. So I think they do intersect and they're not exclusive, I guess.
And dare I say, if you look at program delivery models that we haven't looked at in 30 years, we might change how we deliver programming, which might change where students access programming, which might change busing, not to mention something I've been throwing out a million times.
Yes, ma'am. I think it's duly noted that we're discussing Goal 2 today, as well as middle school start times, because there is an intersectionality, and I know it's an important topic for sure.
Thank you.
Are you done? Any other board member? Dr. Anderson, quick.
Yeah, I think this is my third turn, too. So if you could speak to the neighboring counties, what their start time is, because you didn't provide that information.
Yes. So we did provide some information in the public forums, as well as some of the survey questions were set up with some of that. And so just to point out, throughout history within this division, middle school start times have ranged from 7:20 all the way up to 8:45. But then looking at the national level, currently, when you did the work in 2014-15, only about 20% of middle schools were starting at 8 o'clock or later. We're now at an average middle school start time nationwide of 8:11, and 30% of the schools nationwide start at 8 o'clock or later. Now, looking locally to your question, we do have a graphic that was provided in the forum packets that looked at what was going on with your next door neighbors. And so many of your geographic neighbors already start middle schools at 8 o'clock or 8:30 and seem to be doing okay with it. In terms of specifics, Loudon starts middle school at 8:30 or at 8:50. They also start elementary schools at 7:30 or 8 o'clock, since that seems to be part of the discussion. Arlington starts middle schools at 7:50 or 9 o'clock. They also start elementary schools at 7:50 or 9 o'clock. So there's some geographic transportation things being addressed there. An interesting one, Prince George's, Maryland, another large division nearby. They have start times of 7:30, 8:30, or 9:30. And they've sort of gone a little rogue in terms of how they do that. The 7:30, 8:30, and 9:30 is assigned based on what the transportation system can accommodate. So you might have an elementary, middle school, or high school starting at any one of those times. Looking at Washington, D.C., middle schools start at 8:30 to 9 o'clock. It's a range. Prince William, middle schools are 8:10 to 8:20. Montgomery, 8:15. Manassas Park, 7:25. Manassas, 7:40. I mentioned Loudon already.
Do you have the high school times for those schools?
Yes, I do. So looking at, let's see, Arlington, I said the elementary is 7:50 or 9 o'clock, middle school is 7:50 or 9 o'clock, high school is 8:20 or 9 o'clock. Charles County, elementaries are 8:55 to 9:45, middle school is 8 o'clock, high school is 7:30. So you see the different approaches to it. Loudon, elementary or middle school, elementary is 7:30 or 8, middle school is 8:30 or 8:50, high school is 9:30 there.
Prince William?
Prince William, high school is at 7:25 or 7:30.
Okay, thank you so much for that information.
And that'll be, the details on that'll be included in our report.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because clearly other counties are making it work. They're making
Yes.
the sports work, they're making the elementary work. because they have the same issues that we're presented with. Much appreciated. One of the other things that I wanted to share in this last turn is this is the second part to ongoing work that started when you were on the board and you were on the board. So it's not a matter of just taking care of one small group. They took care of one small group when they did the high school, and with knowing that in the future, which ended up being a lot longer, a lot further away than I think was anticipated, because of COVID, when we got on the board, this work had to be put to the side. So it's just doing it in parts, because that's what was decided at the board at that time. And I do agree. I do agree with a lot has been said regarding our students needing structure, needing consistency, which is, again, something that I raised during the boundary work. If our students crave structure and consistency, then we should be also phasing the boundary work for our students in high school and middle school. And one of the things that I wanted to ask Dr. Reed when we talk about the boundary work, one of the things you mentioned was potentially, and I know we're far away from that, but I know it's a potentiality of perhaps phasing it in rather than doing the entire county all at once. I know that's been in the conversation. Can you confirm?
What I can say is that we have right now a timeline that has several cycles of review and cycles of community engagement, as well as sort of an iterative process between the advisory committee to the superintendent and the school board. So I think that at any point in time, that could be raised as a strategy. At this time, I don't believe that a strategy has been set yet, because we're still in the community engagement information gathering stage. But to answer your question about could that be a possibility, I think it certainly could. But it hasn't been determined at this point that that's going to be a strategy. And there's so many, I think we talked about this at a prior work session, there's so many phasing options, right? There could be this opportunity to potentially move sixth grade to middle school as a phase. It could be a phase by region. It could be a phase by grade level. It could, I mean, we might choose any manner of phasing, or we may not. So I think right now it's still very much so wide open.
Right, thank you. And that's also another wondering, if we end up landing on one of those strategies, what does this mean if the conversation that I'm hearing here is to do it all together? It's not all together if we're phasing it by region. Would we have a regional start time for middle schools for one section than another? It just makes me wonder, like, are we then creating a situation that we cannot necessarily maintain if we land on one of those strategies that is not yet known to us? I'd love some feedback about that, Mr. Muick.
Well, yeah, I definitely would not want to try and phase in the transportation like that, like you just described, because that would be.
So then what would that mean? If we happen to land, and I'm asking you to look into the crystal ball here, I do realize that.
Yeah.
If we do land on a strategy where we're phasing it through the different regions, where does middle school start time end up?
I think it's kind of like Dr. Reed said, these are like parallel efforts, right? So if we come to a decision and the board decides, hey, here's an alternative on the start times that we want to go with, I just think, knowing what is happening with the boundary will just help us execute it better. I don't think we would necessarily have to do it all at once, and we could make that work while we're phasing in, pieces of the boundary as we go.
So if these are parallel efforts, they don't necessarily have to be done with the boundary. They're parallel efforts. So we can handle the middle school start time and the boundary work. I guess I'm a little confused.
No, you've got what I've said. I just,
Okay.
I would want to see more, if you're asking Andy, I'd want to see more of what that boundary review is going to tell us before we start moving down this parallel path. You don't have to wait and do it all at once, but I think it could help inform us a little bit. We've talked here today about impact on different programs, accessibility, how that'll reduce runs. I think it all helps.
Sure, and there's a lot out there. I'm sure there was a lot out there when the conversation was being had to change the high school times. But we also know we can only do so much at a time. So we're still in that place where we're putting a lot in the bucket, only to remove some of them out of the bucket to handle this middle school part, which is secondary. So my last piece of question is really for us. I know there's been a lot of questions asked. There's more information that is needed. what are we intending to do? What is our communication to the public? Because Dr. Reed says, whatever the board tells her, she'll make happen. What are we telling her, and when is that going to be determined?
I think Mr. Chairman wanted to address that. Mr. Chairman.
All right. So we have a next steps document, just like we do at other work sessions. So board members should complete that and register their views and suggestions on that front. And the vice chair and I will work with the superintendent to ensure that appropriate answers are provided in the Friday letter, and then we can communicate that out appropriately through newsletters, at meetings, and we will obviously schedule anything that needs to be scheduled in conjunction with what the council and board's prerogative is.
If you can, in your deliberations, kind of think a little bit of a timeline, because one of the things I would not want to see happen is this conversation ends up being in suspense, and before you know it, we're 6 months, 9 months down the road, and we haven't had a conversation or had the opportunity to give any directives to the superintendent.
Well, we have an opportunity to bring clarity to what the board wants in the next steps, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. And please, 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 register your next steps and register your opinion on those next steps so that we have as clear guidance as we can get.
Okay, with that, unless Dr. Priya wanna say anything more, before I go to, we got two more board members. Okay, I'm gonna give each board member a minute, if that's okay. Ms. Maron?
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Eisner.
Yeah, I do want, especially for the public, to understand where the board is on this today, where we stand. And so if I'm understanding, we are not making a decision on any option right now, and we are not scheduled to make a decision on any option right now. The next step seems to be for Dr. Reed to come back at some point, we haven't determined when, about what her professional opinion is for implementing this. So I don't know if we can give the public any more specificity on, are we talking months? We don't know. Is it fair to say this would not be implemented this fall? Like what, because I got people, coming from all directions wondering, is it happening or not? So any clarity, I think the public would appreciate.
So a question I would have, and I'm happy to work with staff to construct this, we could perhaps construct several scenarios, doing boundary work and start time shift together, doing them parallel, doing them serial, right? Like doing one ahead of the other. We could create some scenarios for the board, and I don't know if that's something, Mr. Frisch, that you'd want to have in the next steps, or if there are just several scenarios we could agree on today that we would like to have the numbers run on, but that way that would give the board something to study, because I think that the different scenarios have very different bodies of work and very different potential impacts in terms of timing.
Well, I can't speak to what the board will decide in the next steps document, but as I said during my share, my intention is to add a next step that would require something like that from the superintendent. In addition to professional judgment on what the best approach would be, not just providing all the options that are available. So if the board wants to go in that direction, I think having clarity on what all of the different things are and what the implementation plan would be great.
Rashna Sajman-Heiser.
As the meeting manager, I was actually going to say that, so I appreciate, but yeah, I think that's what the next step is for. I don't think we're making a decision today, and I appreciate the question. We need to go now under the next step documents and ask what we want from staff based on this report, based on the conversation around boundaries. I also would support the idea of having different options, right, in parallel, in conjunction, and also staff's recommendations as to what they'd recommend for the best potential outcome that would serve our students, staff, and families the best. So if that's the next step you can put in, I'll take a look at it. But I think that's the next steps document to figure out how we're going to move forward with this work. I did want to just point out to you all, as you're looking at these busing, one of the inefficiencies in busing is because of these out-of-boundary buses, right? So you have a neighborhood that school starts at 8, and these kids are getting bused out of boundary to a school that starts at 9 or 9:30. So sometimes you have neighborhoods with 2, 3, 5, 6 buses picking up one student each. And that creates a lot of inefficiencies in busing. So as you're looking at that, it's important to recognize the impact that has significantly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, with that, I was about to say something, but I'm gonna, oh, okay, Mr. McAvoy.
I think it's just important to clarify that when districts are successful in doing this, they start out by doing what we did in 2015, which is setting out the priority of making this happen and committing to that, right? I don't think this board has stated that we want to do this. And I think it's important that we do, and then subsequently we figure out how. But anyway, that's successful districts handle it that way.
Since, Mr. McAvoy gave me an opportunity to say something, that I'm gonna say it. This may sound very provocative. I think we need to make a commitment to do this, timeline-wise, realistically speaking. Doing it next year is probably we're not going to be ready for ourselves. Also, I believe in giving community enough time if they need to make some childcare arrangements or some other arrangements. So for me, if I need to vote today, I'm not going to be able to support doing it next year, but doing year following, I'll be supportive. Okay, with that, this work session. Yeah, unless you want to say something. Okay. Yeah, this work session is over. We'll take a little early lunch break.
Mr. Moon, just to clarify, you don't mean the work session's over, we're just in recess.
Just part of the work
correct?
session. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I stand corrected. We'll take a lunch break and then come back at 1:30.
For our afternoon session, do we have quorum? Yep, we have quorum, so we can go ahead and begin. Thank you for joining us for our afternoon session for Goal 2 report. Before I turn it to Dr. Reed for an introduction, I think we're going to do this like we did last time, where there's 3 segments of the report, so we'll have a presentation on each segment, open up for 1 round of board questions, go to the next segment, 1 round of board questions, next segment, 1 round of board questions, and then we'll finish with go-backs, and people can do go-backs on any section that they want to do. So if that works for you all, we'll go ahead and do that. We'll just do 1 round of board questions in between each section. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Reed.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. And this afternoon, it's our opportunity to share our Goal 2 report. And this is a really important goal for a variety of reasons. And we've got quite a large goal team here because the segments are integrated, but they're also really critically important. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Marcy Neal, who's going to introduce the team presenting. And we have Dr. Presidio and Dr. King in their departments as well. So Ms. Neal, why don't you start the presentation, please?
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Well, good afternoon to members of the board. We're looking forward to continuing our second in the series of 5 goal reports this year. I'm joined by staff from multiple departments who all contributed to the work of this report and are here to support the board's discussion. Before we get started, I do want to introduce Candace Hunstead, who is our new Executive Director for Strategy and Planning, and just welcome her onto the team. We told her she did not have to do the full report today, so. So our objectives for today are to provide the board with an update on our progress towards meeting the 2030 goals for 2030 Goal 2 measures, to discuss the work at the division as it relates to Goal 2, and to discuss the policy, budget, and strategic considerations for the board moving forward to achieve these goals by 2030. Today's presentation, we don't have slides. Today's presentation is on Goal 2, which is our safe, supported, included, and empowered goal. There are 6 measures in Goal 2 that you can see on the screen, and our presentation will be focused on copy? Oh, there you go. There we go. And our presentation will be focused on measures A, D, and F. The majority of the data for the remaining Goal 2 measures is going to come as a part of our student experience survey that's currently being piloted in 70 of our schools in order to capture student voice related to these measures. A full administration of the student experience survey will take place in the spring, and the results will be shared with the board at that time. In the process of operationalizing the strategic plan, these initial priorities were identified by the division leadership to focus the efforts of both school and departments with the understanding that these are key drivers for success across multiple measures within the strategic plan. All of our strategic plan measures are focused on student outcomes, and improving these directly impacts the work of our schools and teachers. We're continuing our focus on these priorities, which provides schools with continuity of their efforts, allowing our teachers and staff to become more proficient in the work around these topics, which we anticipate will drive improvements across multiple measures in the plan. During today's presentation, we'll be looking at chronic absenteeism, discipline disproportionality, and student academic inclusion. And as a reminder, we looked at pre-K inclusion as a part of this year's Goal 1 report, which is available on board docs and linked to this presentation. Our annual goal reports include outcome data from 23-24 school year compared to our baseline and annual targets that we've set in order to meet our 2030 goals. All the data in these reports were aligned to a consistent student data source and match VDOE reporting methodology when applicable. For both chronic absenteeism and discipline disproportionality, the baselines were updated to reflect a 2-year average, removing the 2020-21 school year where most of our students were learning virtually because of COVID. Last year, the board asked staff to consider this, and we did conclude that this was most accurate to use the 2-year baseline and have updated the approach accordingly this year. For full transparency, Table 54 and Table 55 in the full report provide the data for the 2021 school year alongside the 2 years of data that were used in the updated baseline. And the chronic absenteeism data also now matches VDOE calculations, which allow for external comparisons and greater clarity of our data. Finally, each report will provide contextual data to support interpretation and an update on the strategic efforts the division is making towards our targets. So first, we're going to take a look at our efforts towards addressing chronic absenteeism. There's been a nationwide focus on the topic of chronic absenteeism, and students who are chronically absent are those who miss 10% or more of the school year, which includes excused and unexcused absences, as well as out-of-school suspensions. Attendance is an important focus in our strategic plan, and it's linked to success on many Goal 3 and Goal 5 measures. The research indicates that when absences become chronic, students are more likely to have lower test scores, higher rates of dropping out, lower rates of on-time graduation, and a decrease in college enrollment. As we continue to focus on chronic absenteeism, we expect to see improvements across multiple measures within our plan. Research has also identified several factors that contribute to chronic absenteeism, including barriers to school attendance, aversion to school attendance, disengagement from school, and misconceptions about attendance, such as when to keep a child home due to illness. This slide shows how FCPS compared to Virginia in the last 3 years with regard to chronic absenteeism. FCPS has consistently outperformed the state overall on this measure. Last year, both FCPS and the state did see a notable decline in chronic absenteeism. And it's important to note that for FCPS, this decline is not due to the recent statewide implementation of flexible instruction, which allows students to recover missed days through additional instruction. The inclusion of recovery hours had a minimal impact on our overall rate of chronic absenteeism, which means we can largely attribute our success on this metric to students attending school more consistently. And there's some additional information in the full report in Tables 6 and Figure 2. We also saw a significant increase in the percent of schools meeting the VDOE Level 1 accreditation status for chronic absenteeism. The rate increased from 67% at the baseline to 96% last school year. This slide shows the tremendous efforts that are happening at our schools to improve attendance for students. This slide looks at the percent of students who are chronically absent by student group. The change from the baseline can be seen in the bottom row. 4 groups saw improvements of 5 or more percentage points from the baseline. Student groups with the highest rates of chronic absenteeism last year were students who were economically disadvantaged, multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and Hispanic students. And it's important to note that of all the students who were chronically absent last year, 59% of those students were economically disadvantaged. This slide shows the annual growth targets that FCPS has set related to chronic absenteeism from the baseline. For this metric, growth is shown as a decline in the rates. The yellow line charts the actuals for students for each year, while the dark blue line represents the growth targets for all students. The remaining lines signify the growth needed for student groups who were closest to and furthest from the target given their starting point in the baseline years. For 23-24, FCPS exceeded its annual targets and is on track for our 2030 goals on this measure. This slide breaks down chronic absenteeism by grade level, where we see higher rates of chronic absenteeism in the younger and older grades. Last year, we saw improvements across all grade levels, with a 5 percentage point improvement for students in grade 1 and 12 and an 8 percentage point improvement in kindergarten. On our next slide, we can see the data by English language proficiency level, where we saw substantial progress for all multilingual learners and for students with ELP levels of 1, 2, and 9. And as a reminder, that ELP level 9 is used for our kindergarten multilingual learners, and this mirrors the data we saw on the previous slide where we saw significant gains in the kindergarten year. This slide synthesizes intersectionality data and data for additional student groups that are found on pages 23 through 28 of the full report. We've combined this data onto one slide for you to be able to see the trends. There are data charts for each of these student groups in the full report. The slide shows the improvement from the baseline to 23-24. The groups shown in green improved by at least 5 percentage points in the rates of chronic absenteeism from the baseline, which includes all student groups who are also economically disadvantaged, Hispanic multilingual learners, and Hispanic students with disabilities. The remaining student groups that are depicted in gray, as their rates of chronic absenteeism were within 5 percentage points of the baseline. However, all but one of those groups made between 2 to 4 percentage points of improvement from the baseline. On the previous slide, we looked at improvement from the baseline, and in this slide, we see the rates of chronic absenteeism for these student groups. So while we made significant progress, 12 of the student groups that we examined had rates of chronic absenteeism that were 5 or more percentage points higher than the division average, which are seen in yellow. The 3 groups with the highest rates of chronic absenteeism last year were Hispanic students with disabilities categorized as level 2, and economically disadvantaged students with disabilities. Next slide shows the percent of days missed last school year by student group. The majority of FCPS students were absent less than 5% of the school year, which is shown in green. Across all student groups, we saw a similar percentage of students that were absent between 5 to 9.9% of the school year, which is shown in yellow. And this is an area for us to continue to monitor to support consistent attendance for all of our students. While FCPS does not collect data on student sexual orientation, and we only have gender data that's based on official government documentation such as passports or birth certificates, the Fairfax County Youth Survey provides some insights into factors that may contribute for a portion of our LGBTQIA plus student group's absenteeism, in particular our LGBTQ plus students. LGBTQ plus students self-reported substantially higher rates of persistent sadness on the youth survey, which may contribute to absenteeism. Students also self-reported elevated rates of being bullied, which can contribute to missing school. And finally, we did not see differences by gender or sexual orientation in patterns of skipping school, which suggests truancy is not a contributing factor to chronic absenteeism for our LGBTQ plus students. Now we're going to talk about the work the division and schools are doing to improve chronic absenteeism rates. We saw gains in improving chronic absenteeism that can be attributed to 3 big ideas. First, a division-wide focus on systems that support good attendance for all students. Second, providing targeted supports for schools with higher rates of chronic absenteeism. And finally, providing personalized supports for students and families to remove or reduce individual barriers inhibiting their attendance. Schools continue to proactively communicate with families to ensure they're clear about when to keep their children home from school, the impacts of excessive absences, and how to monitor and report their children's attendance. Positive relationships in school environments support attendance for all students, and there's a great deal of overlap between this strategy and our work around discipline, including a focus on bullying prevention and intervention. Some examples of actions within this strategy include our SEL work, including morning meetings and responsive advisory lessons, the Purple Star School Student Ambassador Program that supports the transition of new students into the school community by connecting them to peers and extracurriculars, and the student-led Our Minds Matter Club that promotes a safe and caring school climate by reducing the stigma associated with mental health, which can be a barrier to school attendance. We continue to provide more targeted resources and supports for schools with higher rates of chronic absenteeism, including required SIP goals and support and monitoring from Project Momentum, partnering with Edufuturo in schools with higher rates of chronic absenteeism to support student and family outreach. And we've expanded the Belonging Project as a part of Mentor Works to connect students with higher rates of chronic absenteeism to mentors. At the school level, our educators continue to focus on individual school student attendance and intervene when needed. An attendance dashboard was launched last year to allow for the early identification of students who may need attendance conferences or plans developed. Return to Learn plans are created for any student who's returning to school following an extended absence to support their successful transition back. And finally, we continue to provide in-person flexible instruction time to allow students to recover missed learning. Students may have specific barriers impeding their attendance, including challenges with accessing health or mental health supports. FCPS works with community partners such as the Community Services Board to connect students and families to behavioral health services. Our public health nurses connect families and students who may have unmet health needs with resources. And our homeless education program also supports families with connecting to a variety of services that can reduce barriers to attendance. Telemental health services are provided free of charge to our high school students through the Hazel Health Program, and last year over 800 students were referred for these services. Finally, our chronic absenteeism goal innovation team will continue to identify innovative ways to improve chronic absenteeism, in particular for areas of concern identified in this report. As we close out our chronic absenteeism section, these are our key takeaways from last school year. We had rates of chronic absenteeism that are lower than the state overall and saw rates of chronic absenteeism that declined from the baseline. Almost all schools reached the VDOE Level 1 accreditation status for chronic absenteeism, which was a significant improvement from the baseline. All student groups achieved or exceeded the annual growth targets we set for the 23-24 school year, meaning we're on track to achieve our 2030 goals. And this progress is tied to efforts that support consistent attendance for all students and targeted school, student, and family supports. So at this point, I will turn this back over to our meeting manager for questions.
Thank you. And I see one placard up, so we'll say with one round, first round for these, and we'll go to the next section. So Dr. Anderson.
Thank you for this information. One of the pieces that I particularly have appreciated is what you outline on Table 1. On page 15 of the full report. It's very helpful to see those categories of challenges in terms of what is impeding our students from getting into our schools. So given that, I would love to hear your thoughts on what are the barriers that our schools, particularly the 4% that are not making the accreditation, what are their primary, excuse me, what are their primary barriers?
Good afternoon. I can speak. Sorry, Dr. Anderson. I can speak a little bit to. I think what we have experienced historically with those schools who have not met accreditation is that these tend to be our alternative learning sites. So Mountain View, Bryant, that have higher rates of chronic absenteeism in large part, I think, due to the nature of the student body. I can't speak and will rely on our strategy planning and learning team for some more detail with respect to our non-alternative sites, but we've historically seen the highest rates by far in our alternative programs, and I think due to the nature of the student body of those programs, that's likely been, and the unique characteristics of the students, the needs of those students, that's generally been one of the reasons that we've seen higher rates of chronic absenteeism among that population.
Thank you. And I'm mostly interested in terms of how are we translating having that information into strategies that can be helpful to students in those schools. And if you could speak more to also the schools that are not more, but as well to the schools that are not those special centers that you just discussed.
I know Ms. Lemon's here with us, and as a part of our Project Momentum work, they're working with schools that have those higher rates of chronic absenteeism. I don't know, Ms. Lemon, if you want to add anything to that.
I think one of the reasons that we were able to get to 96% was because of support for schools, specifically overall just messaging with families, and then again working on that welcoming environment, but then also putting specific strategies in place, such as the IP Fit, the after-school sessions with students where they can learn after school and then gain some hours back that support the VDOE accreditation. I think that is a number one strategy that we used last year. We also collaborated with transportation to look at bus routes and to do some go-back routes for specific communities that needed that, working directly with schools. So those, I think, were our two main strategies for really supporting some of our neediest populations that got us to 96%.
If I could just add a couple things to that. I think, looking at the data, you can see some groups are experiencing, more difficulty with regular attendance than others. I think our general approach is to work with every single student and family to figure out what the root cause of their issues and challenges are. It might be transportation, it might be illness, it might be school anxiety. There's a whole host of different factors. However, there are also some targeted things that we're doing in some of those communities where our data is telling us we need a different strategy and approach. So one thing that Marie didn't mention that her team's been really helpful with, and Ms. Hall's team's been helpful with, is partnering with EduFuturo to really work with our multilingual families in 15 different schools where we had some of the highest rates of chronic absenteeism. That's been really helpful because those folks are able, obviously, to bring, a bilingual skill set into that conversation working with the family, but they're also case managing those students and families, serving as mentors and coaches to make sure that they've got what they need to be able to get to school. As Mike mentioned, we're doing some of those same things in all of our schools, but that's more reliant on the school-based staff being able to do that. But we have identified, again, based on our data, about 15 schools where we knew that we needed a different approach.
Thank you. And just my last point on this measure, where can I find the list of the 4% schools that are represented on this slide that did not meet accreditation? Is that in here? 'Cause I
No,
don't
we
think I
can
saw it.
provide that as a follow-up to the
Okay.
board.
Thank you so much. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, getting into some of the data that are identified on page 17, can you speak a little bit in terms of as to why it's represented differently than last year's report?
And I don't know if I went through this too quickly, sort of in the intro, but last year when we presented the data to the board, we presented a 3-year average looking at the inverse, essentially, of this data. So we align this data with VDOE, which is data that's reporting on chronic absenteeism. So we have the opportunity to provide comparison data at the state level. And then we pulled out that COVID year in particular based on some board feedback. And when you look at the charts that are in here, tables, I think 54 and 55, you can see it was an outlier year. So it was most appropriate to make those adjustments in the data.
And we're no longer doing the inverse because?
Correct, because we wanted to align with how VDOE does this reporting, which is what our schools are held accountable for and what the reporting is at the state level.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to speak a little bit regarding some of the goals. This is page 19, the chart that is there. Help me to understand a little bit, given the change, just using one as an example. We have all students was at 14%, the actual was 13%, the goal for this year is 11%. But for economically disadvantaged students, it went from 22 to 19 and is remaining as 19 as the goal. So speak to that, please.
No, it's a great question, Dr. Anderson. So we set the annual growth targets to show the path essentially that we need to stay on in order to meet our targets by 2030. What we've done with our economically disadvantaged students in this case is made so much more significant growth that we're outpacing where we need to be. So this target is basically showing the minimum threshold to be able to get to our 2030 targets.
Okay, I don't know if I agree with that. I'd like to think that if we've met it, then we set the other goal. We might get there a little bit sooner. Keeping it the same to me just doesn't seem to be it wouldn't be what I would prefer that happened. But it also speaks to how you're setting the targets this year. I know we had a long conversation about this last time regarding ORC recommending that 5 percentage points would be what we use as targets, at least that initial year, and then maybe the second year, and then maybe getting a little bit more aggressive. But these are 2 to 3 percentage points.
So on each one of our measures, what we did is we looked at the length of the strategic plan and understood where the starting point was for all students and for each student group, and then measured out the progress that each of those groups would need to make to hit our 2030 goals. In some cases, that's less than 5%. In some cases, that's significantly more than 5%. And showing what that annual growth is helps us understand the types of resource and focus that we need to have on each of our different strategic measures.
Again, that's another point where I am not sure that I agree with this, because it just seems as if in the later years where it gets a little bit more challenging, you're going to have bigger jumps. This is the low-hanging fruit now.
Potentially. I mean, I think that the point of setting these targets is to make sure that we're staying on course. And the understanding that some of these measures are going to be harder for us to move if they've been perpetually stuck at certain data points for year over year and we're not seeing that growth.
But if we're not seeing the move at 2 and 3%, why would we see the move at 10 or 15% when we get into the out years?
I will have to think about your question, Dr. Anderson.
Okay. Just one last thing before my time goes. On page 16, where you have the comparison between Virginia and FCPS, can you provide those raw numbers, please?
I don't know if VDOE publishes their numerators and denominators, but we'll add that to our list of things that we can provide to the board if that's available.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Would you like to go? Well, we're going to do just one round. Mr. Frisch, followed by Ms. Marin.
Thank you. If we could go to, and I brought this up in a board meeting recently, if we could go to slide 19. All right, so I'm heartened to see that some attention is being paid to these issues impacting LGBTQ students. In looking at the way that the report indicates an approach to solving this issue, it includes mentioning of clubs and such. So and I think the academic research and the medical research would point in this direction. If the disproportionality of mental health issues for LGBTQ youth are driven by the accepting culture in which they reside or lack thereof, how does that club or those efforts impact that reality? And if they don't specifically impact that reality, could they not be doing more harm than good? What I worry about is a club where we talk about mental health without talking about the actual reason these students are experiencing the disproportionality.
Mr. Frisch, I can address some part of the question. I think that your hypothesis is right when we talk about the root causes of some of the disproportionalities in mental health outcomes with respect to our LGBTQIA plus youth having to do with an accepting and affirming culture or lack thereof. And I think that some of the efforts that are being put in place are trying to address climate and culture on a broader scale. And so I'll go back to what Ms. Neal referenced in terms of some of our SEL efforts, such as all elementary schools having morning meeting and closing circles and all secondary schools having responsive advisory meetings. And while some of these are intended specifically for skill building of social and emotional skills, the predominant purpose is for connection, fostering a sense of connection with one another, connections with safe and supportive adults, which we know to be some of the most important protective factors for our youth, and fostering safe and supportive relationships with one another. And so some of those efforts are intended to ensure that we're bolstering a sense of affirmation and belonging and protection against some of these adverse outcomes. Those are not unique to LGBTQIA plus youth. However, they might disproportionately benefit from the impact of having a more safe and supportive environment. And the youth survey does speak to the protective power of having some of these protective factors or assets in helping to forestall some of these negative mental health outcomes.
I'm not sure we can adequately address the issue unless we're willing to adequately mention the issue. in the work that we're doing to address it. So that will continue to be my advocacy. We have the best policies and regulations for LGBTQ students, among the best in the country, and they don't know about them. So the more we can do to make sure that they know what culture and climate we're trying to have in our schools, the more they can avail themselves of the protections we have in our school system. And maybe we can see some change in this. I think that it's kind of like bullying in general. If somebody's bullying because of a characteristic they have no control over, and the response to that is they should be nice, that does not solve the problem. Not with the bully, and certainly not in the eyes of the person who's being bullied, right? If a student was a victim of a racist attack, we wouldn't not mention the racist element of the attack, right? And so I think we need to be specifically, if it is important enough for us to highlight it in a slide, it is important enough for us to highlight it in the examples we give for the solution. I've got 30 seconds. I'm going to try and get one more question. And if we can go to slide 29, please. And I'm going to use up all my time getting to it myself. No, here we go. I believe this indicates a 2% increase in discipline referrals for students with disabilities.
Mr. Frisch, we're going to get to that in the next section.
Okay.
You wanna-
Oh, that's right, we're doing it in sections.
You can have 10 seconds back.
That would
if you
explain
like.
why I didn't hear anything about it. Thank you.
You can have 10 seconds back if you want.
No, that's all right, I'll wait until the next section.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. Sorry. Ms. Marin?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all of this information. My comments are mostly going to be for the superintendent, but for my colleagues and those of us who were here during COVID, I'm reminded of the question the board asked during the influx of ESSER funds, which is, what should we fund? Like, tell us the things that are working so we can fund them. And I'm not so clear about some of these things in terms of the return on investment, and I recognize that we can't ever, know to the penny, but so here are some of my questions, like Sprouts. So there's a description, and we know that all these, hundreds of hours, thousands of hours were recovered, but do we know, for a student who participated in Sprouts, how did that help that student? How did that investment end up really working? I don't just want to know, generally, we had all these hours, okay, well, we know research says more in school will boost, but did it actually work for our kiddos, and for what kiddos? Same with Edu Futuro. I was really excited about that program, but, there's one thing in there that talks about, well, we worked with these 100 schools, the next time we're going to work with these students, and the next time we're going to work with these students. Are those the same students? Are the same things happening? Tell us what to fund, or what you think we should fund, and how much that costs generally. But what I will say is, what I've said many times about this work is that from my observations and from input from staff, it's incredibly labor intensive. It just requires a lot of personalized work. And so I'm wondering, okay, did we fund the monitors who could cover class so teachers could go and spend that time calling families? Or did we hire more attendance staff who could do those calls and be that trusted person? I don't know from reading this. And then just in general, this is one big communications practice to me. I mean, it's all about communicating the importance of being in school. Did the materials go home? Are we putting it in different languages? Did the Talking Points app work? I don't know if it's unrealistic to get a sense of how all of these investments are funding this, but when it comes time and we have to pick and choose things, it would be good to know. I'd love to know what gives us the best bang for the buck.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. And I know that Dr. Presidio could comment on several of those tools. And Ms. Lemon, I know you put together the Sprouts program, and we have some initial data on that. But to your point, it's hard to isolate variables in a lot of the work we do. But I think we can have some at least anecdotal data. And as we're expanding that program this year, really being thoughtful about what that impact is. So perhaps Dr. Presidio briefly, and then Ms. Lemon briefly.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, we could try to do a better job of measuring return on investment. That's hard work in and of itself for all the different things we just discussed right here in this one topic. We do have some anecdotal information, though. So, for example, out of the ESSER funding, the funds that we invested to support chronic absenteeism was about $3 million. Most of that money went to late buses, and we've had a really good return on investment because all of those are students that are actually getting to school, and transportation can tell us how many students they've been able to bring back to school through the late bus runs. We also use that money to fund the EduFuturo work, and we have collected data on that in terms of the number of students that they were able to get reconnected back to school, as well as the number of students now attending on a regular basis. So those are two of the bigger points, and then I think the third biggest one probably is the one Marie could talk a little bit about with the impact of the Spring Sprouts.
Thank you so much. I think you bring up a really great question because really when we were looking at Spring Sprouts, we were looking at getting kids back into school and helping them recover some time, recover some of that learning. And so many of the kids, because we targeted K1 and 2, I don't know that we have specific academic data to see if, 4 extra days in school would really be a boost for them. I will say at the school level, we did see those schools then do much better in terms of level 1 accreditation with their chronic absenteeism, which also supported, the federal identification with TSI or not being TSI. So that was, I think, one achievement, but student by student, like you're pulling up, we could definitely go back and kind of look at, were they chronically absent last year, and then where are they this year? Are they chronically absent? We could definitely do that for students, because I think a big piece of that Spring Sprouts that I think anecdotally would be most successful is the field trip that we had. We had so many parents come on that field trip, and the communication about why it was important to be in school, that school leaders and school staff could have with parents on that trip, I think really help parents understand why a kindergartner must come, even if maybe they have a little sniffle or something like that. So we can definitely look at, did that impact chronic absenteeism this year from that parent relationship that happened at Spring Sprouts? And because it was only 4 days, I think it was more the family engagement piece that will have most of the impact. And it'll be much more difficult to decipher out the academic success.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Lemon. And I'm not seeking to get data to answer this question. I'm seeking to have it be useful for funding decisions. And, also if we know that the parent engagement piece is the important thing, then, let's do that. I also do think, though, even though the state is changing the prevalence of chronic absenteeism when they look at accountability, I hope we continue to do this work. Just because they are changing their measure doesn't mean it's not as important to us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Mr. Moon?
Thank you for the presentation, and just a couple of questions for the first round. My first question has probably related to next part of the discussion as well. But what part of our chronic absenteeism is related to student discipline?
We're going to share some data in the next segment, but what we were able to see is for our out-of-school, students who were suspended out of school, 40% of those students were chronically absent.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait for the next section then. The next one is, on page 21, you talked about as a part of strategies that's been working, we've been using, it's personalized approach for students and families. I think you cited some examples of how to do it. What are the roles, in addition to as Futuro, what are the roles parent liaisons play in providing those personalized support? If any?
Well, I would say they're one important staff member, but not the only important staff member. Counselors, social workers, even classroom teachers are all part of the solution of, supporting students and providing case management services to students. But definitely the family liaisons play a really important role and are very involved in that work as well.
Would you be able to provide a written response as to what role, if any, those parent liaisons play in providing this personalized support?
Yeah.
I'm asking this question in potentially related to upcoming budget discussion.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. St. John Cunning?
Thank you for this information. I appreciate it. You mentioned that where there was greater numbers of absenteeism were in schools like Bryant and Mountain View. Do you have the data in terms of the students that were missing, if they were missing because they were working? I know some of those parents might be teen moms that might have a sick child. I don't know if your data is that granular.
So unfortunately, it's not, and that is a problem that we have with respect to our attendance coding, is that really we know whether an absence is excused or unexcused, and then there is an optional fill-in where people can fill in the reason for that, but that doesn't allow us to really analyze based on root cause, so it leads us to hypothesize. So I would imagine that all of those are reasons, but we don't have hard quantifiable data that we can reference to say this proportion of those absences were likely due to these causes.
Thank you. And then, I mean, I wish we could get that data. I don't know if we could. It's self-reported, so. My other question, for the 800 students that did access the Hazel services, do we have that broken down into terms of what grade levels we're accessing?
We do, and I can get that specifically to you, but what I can tell you is that it's roughly equal numbers of 10th and 11th and 12th grade students, a smaller proportion of 9th grade students. I think the hypothesis is that students being new to high school may not be as aware of the resources that are available to them earlier in the year, but then as the year picks up are likely to use more. We've seen that last year, that in the first few months of the last school year, not as many 9th grade students utilized Hazel Health, but then as we kind of hit the second, third, fourth quarters, we saw an increase in utilization.
And are those services just offered in high school?
Those are available just to students in high school at this time.
And are those services offered in varying languages?
Yes, Hazel Health therapists speak over 15 languages, and that was one of the primary reasons that we selected the vendor, was the available of multilingual services.
And what is the cost?
So the cost for the current school year for 24-25 for access to just high school students is roughly $1.2 million.
The reason that I ask is I worked at elementary school, and some of our 5th and 6th graders were talking about pretty serious mental health issues, and including suicide. So I would love to see this program expanded, but again, we'd have to look into what the cost is.
And one thing I would add is that Hazel is not the only mental health program available to our youth. We do utilize our community partners for mental health services, and one of the most effective services that we've found is our short-term behavioral health program, which is available to all high school students, middle school students, and every Title I elementary school, where students have free access to roughly eight short-term sessions with community providers that partner with Healthy Minds Fairfax. And if they require more intensive services, then they are given a warm handoff to the Community Services Board or other community providers there. So I do just want to highlight that we have other opportunities that are available to these youth.
Thank you. I'm going to pivot a little bit and just, do we know the numbers in terms of how many students EduFuturo brought back and kept in school?
I'll have to work with you offline to get that. We did have that data point earlier, so I'm assuming we can update it if we need to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. St. John Cunning. And seeing no other placards up, then I will take a turn. Thank you for this information. And I first just want to congratulate the team on the incredible efforts on reducing that chronic absenteeism. It is really incredible, and I know it's a lot of hard work by your team, by our principals, our teachers, our building staff, family liaisons, social workers, all, psychologists, counselors. I just wanted to say there's a lot of work to be done, and we all recognize that, and a lot of good questions, but I just wanted to first thank you for that data point, and for the hard work that goes behind that. So thank you. I wanted to mention a couple things. As I'm looking at some of the reasons for chronic absenteeism, I noticed one of the lists was aversion, anxiety, aversion to school. And I have sent to you all, maybe not everybody, but a few of you, sort of information about pervasive or prevalent demand avoidance. And I think that's something really important to look at, because that goes directly to aversion to school and aversion to demands. And it's the research is really out of England right now, which was what the research of neurodiversity was before it came to the United States. I really encourage you all to look at that as you're looking at this work. It relates. I also, I love the hard work, and I'm so grateful to the hard work of our staff, but I love to talk a little more about long-term solutions to chronic absenteeism, because I don't think we can expect our staff to do the level of phone calls and outreach. And I love that they're doing it. I know they're hard, but it's a lot, and, I'd love to look. So one thing I was thinking about is I kept hearing connection and belonging, right? And I look at the students who have the highest levels of chronic absenteeism, or Hispanic students, or students with disabilities, our economically disadvantaged students, and especially as you get further down the graph, our students with disabilities who are minorities have the highest level. And tying to our end, we have failed indicator 5 and 6 for at least 15 or 20 years, which is inclusion. And that's how you get that sense of connection and belonging. So, it's not isolated work. And our goal is actually inclusion in extracurriculars. And for some of our students who can't stay after school, I am wondering, what can we do to look into, Ms. Marin's point about funding, about looking at either using advisory or creating a TJ like 8th period to give students a space within the school day to have access to those extracurriculars, those clubs. For the students with disabilities, as we saw the data points are much more segregated coming into high school when when the absenteeism rates are going up. What can we do long-term to look at creative solutions to how we deliver programs to increase that space for connection and belonging? So I'll pause there to see if anyone has some thoughts on that.
I feel like everybody's looking at me. I don't know why.
I was looking at Dr. Reed, but I'm happy to.
No, I mean, I would say I think you raise an excellent point. And we're just still at the beginning stages in a lot of ways on the work that we're doing with inclusion. We're going to talk about some of that work in this report in the third section. We're just starting our work with our inclusion consultants. But as you said, I mean, our goal and our vision for our inclusion work is not just for academics, it's for extracurriculars and, things that students are going to even do in the community outside of school to be included as much as possible. So I do think you raised some really good questions for us to consider more in terms of what we can do during the school day with some of these highly impacted student groups that if they were connected to school in more positive and productive ways, probably their attendance rates would continue to grow. So, I mean, I think that's an area we just need to give more focus to.
And I appreciate that. And while I think inclusion is an important component, I want to emphasize what I'm really trying to get at is how do we create systematic ways for connection and belonging for all students, but in particular, those groups that have the higher chronic absenteeism rates? Because reaching out to families and saying, come to school, is labor intensive. Making them want to be at school is the long-term solution. So that's what I'd love to see more of. What are we doing to make our students want to be there? Right, and hopefully that takes some of the burden of our staff reaching out to parents. And same with our families, making them feel connected. So I think that's what I would love to see more of in terms of solutions for moving forward. I think I see no other placards up for this section of it. So we're going to go on to the next section for the presentation. We'll do one more round of board questions, the last section, one round, and then we'll just open it up to go backs for any of the sections. So having said that, Dr. Reed, I'll turn to you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. And I was still thinking about your last question. I don't want you to feel like we're not being thoughtful about systemic resolution. And I think I'm going to ask the team to consider also what we're doing with our advisory time. And I know it's not called that, but there are a variety of ways. It is correct? Okay. Because I don't know, I mean, that's another block of time we have that's already in our system and in our schedule. And maybe there's a conversation to be had in terms of blending the topic we're talking about now and maybe that time, which is already in our system. So I think that's something I would ask the team maybe to take back and give some thought to. I know there are a lot of topics we're trying to address in that time, and this is an important topic too, right? So just trying to be thoughtful about that. And I think there's also this continuum, right? I think when children are little, young, we have to get the family to understand why it's important to get the child to school, because we don't have second graders generally driving themselves to school or, getting themselves to school if they're a distance. But once kids move into that secondary school, then it's more so we need to make sure that the child for sure really wants to be there. And of course, we want children at every age to want to be in school, but it's sort of that gradual release of responsibility. And I think if we think about it in those terms, there's work that we can do, because education is a relationship work, right? That relationship between a child and their teacher, their content, the school culture. So I know the team's taken good notes, and we'll come back with some ideas. Let's move to the second part, which of the presentation, which really is around discipline disproportionality. So I think Dr. King is going to head this up.
All right, I'm going to go through the presentation, and then we'll turn it back over for questions. So we're going to go to the next slide. Discipline disproportionality occurs when students who belong to one group are disciplined at higher rates than students who are not a member of that group. And nationally, we see that boys, Hispanic, and Black students and students with disabilities are more likely to receive disciplinary actions. The research on LGBTQIA+ students is limited. However, a recent study estimates they are twice as likely to be suspended, and transgender students in particular are 3 times as likely. Discipline can have a negative impact on student outcomes, including measures that we have in our Goal 3 and 5 of our strategic plan. And the research indicates that students who are suspended are more likely to have lower test scores, less engagement, higher dropout rates, and increased involvement in the justice system. As I shared prior, one of the links that we saw within our own data was approximately 40% of the students who received an out-of-school suspension were also chronically absent last year. Disproportionate discipline can deepen inequities and outcomes, and our sustained focus on this topic is expected to improve other strategic plan measures. The research indicates there are several factors that can contribute to discipline disproportionality, including school climate, capacity to respond to trauma, bias, and vague policies, amongst others. And Figure 5 of the full report does provide some additional details of these root causes. This table shows the range and the number of discipline referrals entered last year by school level. And you'll see on a subsequent slide that being late to class or cutting class were significant contributors to student discipline referrals. This range shows how the application of the SR&R may differ from school to school, which means FCPS needs to continue to focus on consistency of reporting and responding to discipline to understand trends across the division. The majority of our students had no discipline referrals last year. 9% of all students had one or more discipline incident that was referred to the school administration. No student groups made substantial improvements compared to the adjusted baseline, and there were slight upticks observed in discipline that may be driven by increases in discipline incidents, changes in how our teachers and schools are responding to discipline behavior, and/or increases in the recording of incidents as the division seeks greater consistency in that area. 5 student groups saw rates of referrals increase by 2 percentage points, and the highest rates of one or more discipline referral were for Black students, economically disadvantaged students, multilingual learners, Hispanic students, and students with disabilities. This slide shows the annual growth targets FCPS has set for discipline referrals as we work towards our 2030 goals. The targets are expressed as a change in the overall rate of discipline, which will also equate to a change in the risk ratios that we'll explore on the next slide. These targets were set on percentages in order to provide greater clarity. We have some groups that are already within our success target and are working to have all groups reduce their discipline to this level, which will allow us to achieve reductions in discipline disproportionality. While we did not meet our annual target for the 23-24 school year, which means growth will need to be accelerated in subsequent years in order to meet the 2030 target. This slide looks at the risk ratios for discipline by comparing the rates for one student group to the rates of students not in that group. And as a reminder, a risk ratio of 2 means that a student from that group was twice as likely to receive a discipline referral as a student not in that group. When examining risk ratios, we're looking at risk ratios that are above 2 and trends over time to show a pattern of disproportionality. So on this slide, you can see that 2 groups had 3 consecutive years of risk ratios over 2.0, and 2 groups had risk ratios above a 2.0 in the 21-22 school year. However, those ratios have now fallen below the 2.0 threshold. This chart looks at discipline referrals by grade level, and we see a steady increase in students receiving referrals through 8th grade, where it peaks, and then declines again through grade 12. When looking at the drivers of discipline in FCPS, the top 5 reasons for discipline referrals last year included cutting class, minor physical altercations, unexcused tardies to class, behaviors impacting classroom learning, and engaging in reckless or negligent behavior with a risk to self or others. The Fairfax County Youth Survey also provides us with additional insights on school climate, particularly into bullying, where we saw 15% of students self-reporting being bullied, with especially high rates in grade 6, and for our LGBTQ+ students and students who self-reported disability. Now we're going to take a look at data for additional student groups, starting with our multilingual learners. This chart shows discipline referrals by ELP level. Students who are classified as ELPs level 2 and 3 had the highest rates of having one or more discipline referral, with ELP level 9 students, our kindergartners, having substantially lower rates. Similar to our look at attendance data, the next two slides synthesize our intersectionality data and data for additional student groups that are found on pages 45 to 51 of the full report. This slide is looking at the rate of change in discipline referrals compared to the baseline. None of the intersected groups examined saw substantial improvement in their discipline referral rates, and 5 groups improved slightly or stayed the same. 15 groups saw their rates increase by 2 percentage points or more, and the largest increases were for Black multilingual learners, Black students with disabilities, and multilingual learners with disabilities. On the previous slide, we looked at change from the baseline, and on this slide, we see the percentage of students who had one or more discipline referral during the 23-24 school year. The student groups with discipline referrals that were 5 percentage points above the division average are pictured in yellow, and the highest rates were for Black students with disabilities, multilingual learners with a 504 plan, which is a smaller student group, and students with disabilities who are also economically disadvantaged. And all of those student groups had a rate that was in excess of 20%. This slide looks at the number of discipline referrals during the 23-24 school year by student group. And as we noted earlier, the vast majority of students, 91%, had no discipline referrals last year. That's pictured in the dark blue. 5% received only one referral, and the numbers hovering over the top are for those who received 2 or more referrals. So we had 4% of all students receive 2 or more referrals. We do see differences in this chart, in particular for our students with disabilities and our Black students who have elevated rates of having 2 or more discipline referrals. Now we're going to shift gears and look at out-of-school suspensions. As you know, the SRNR governs the application of discipline sanctions, including out-of-school suspensions, with some level of discretion provided for administrators. Overall, just under 2% of all students received an out-of-school suspension last year. And because this rate is very low, we're looking at change and differences by group out by 2 decimal points. So we saw very small changes from the baseline, and the highest rates of students with 1 or more out-of-school suspension were for students with disabilities and Black students, which were both above 4%. This slide shows the growth targets we've set out for out-of-school suspensions as we work towards our 2030 goals. The targets, again, are expressed as a change in the overall rate, which will also equate to a change in risk ratios that we'll look at on the next slide. Our target for 2023-24 was for all students to be at or below 2%, and we met this target. However, we did not meet the targets for multiple student groups, which impacts their risk ratios. And we have a need to accelerate their growth to be on track for our 2030 goals. And we've got full details on the targets in the report. This slide shows the risk ratios for students with 1 or more out-of-school suspension. Again, we're looking at risk ratios above that 2.0 threshold and trends over time. 6 groups had risk ratios that were higher than 2.0 across all 3 years, and economically disadvantaged and students with disabilities had risk ratios above 3.0 last year. Boys have seen a decline in their risk ratio over the last 3 years, but remain above the 2.0 level. When we look at grade level trends, we see similar trends for out-of-school suspensions as we did for discipline referrals, meaning that they are lower in the earlier grades, increase in peak in grade 8, and decline again by grade 12. Last year, approximately 9% of the out-of-school suspensions were mandatory based on the SRNR, and the most serious violation associated with those out-of-school suspensions were those that created unsafe conditions in the school, followed by those that endangered the health, safety, and welfare of students or others in the school, and then those that interfered with school operations. Next, we're going to start to break down the data by additional student groups, starting with our ELP level. Our multilingual learners who were categorized as ELP level 2 or 3 had the highest rates of out-of-school suspensions, while students categorized as ELP level 9, again, those kindergarten students, had the lowest rates. The next two slides again synthesize the data for additional student groups that are found on pages 58 through 62 and on page 65 of the full report. This slide is looking at the rate of change of out-of-school suspensions compared to the baseline. 2 intersected student groups improved suspension rates by 1 or more percentage point, and 3 student groups saw rates that increased by over 1 percentage point. It is important to keep in mind that because these numbers are very small, in some cases we're talking about a difference of 2 to 10 students, depending on the group. On the previous slide, we looked at change in the rate of out-of-school suspension, and this is visualizing the percent of out-of-school suspensions for 23-24. In yellow, you can see the 12 student groups that had a suspension rate that was 2 percentage points or more above the division average, and Black students with disabilities had the highest rate of out-of-school suspensions at over 10%. Last year, we targeted identified schools to reduce discipline disproportionality using a model referred to as RDD. And this strategy did not yield the desired results at the division level, and FCPS is currently focused now on universal work across all schools with the intention of initiating more targeted work at the school and classroom level following these more global efforts. To improve discipline disproportionality, we're currently focused on strategies that minimize discipline incidents from occurring in the first place, increasing consistency of responses to behavior incidents, strengthening data collection and monitoring of discipline incidents across the division, providing targeted supports, and reducing the risk of future discipline occurrences. Similar to our efforts on positive school and classroom environments for attendance, these efforts are also intended to reduce incidents of negative behavior from occurring in the first place by fostering positive relationships and providing routines and clear and consistent expectations for student behavior. Some examples of this include resources and learning opportunities to help teachers establish clear routines and expectations while fostering a positive classroom environment, with targeted supports being provided to our new teachers. Required health curriculum with lessons on bullying and harassment, equity leads that facilitate required learning and focus on building equity capacity across the division, and improving the diversity of the teacher workforce, which is a research-based strategy for reducing discipline disproportionality. To increase consistency, we've trained school administrators in the SR&R, hearings office procedures, and Title IX regulation updates with sessions that were grounded in equity, cultural responsiveness, and neurodiversity. We work with principal associations to develop a tool to support greater consistency in the application of the SR&R discipline matrix. And we'll be conducting audits on discipline incidents this year to identify inconsistencies in the use of discipline codes. And we've strengthened our process for withdrawing student disciplinary cases where misconduct is determined to be a manifestation of a student's disability, resulting in a substantial reduction in hearing office referrals for students with disabilities. Both last year and this year, schools identified as having discipline disproportionality were required to develop a goal and associated action plan as a part of their SIP. We provide students with support to minimize the risk of future discipline involvement. For example, small group counseling, student behavior intervention supports, and behavior intervention plans are available to help students who need additional support. Restorative justice is used to help students who have been involved in conflict to repair relationships and understand the impact of behavior so future incidents don't occur. And further, we connect students and families to resources including substance prevention and intervention supports and other supports through the hearings office social worker as needed. We're currently focusing on strengthening the timely and accurate reporting of incidents given the variance we see across the division, which is not a challenge that is unique to FCPS. As a part of our ongoing data work, we're also reviewing current data methodology to better support identification of disciplinary data and trends. And finally, a discipline dashboard is being expanded for administrators to better monitor ongoing data and provide appropriate responses as needed. This dashboard will also allow our region offices to monitor and support schools more effectively with these efforts. And then finally, our goal innovation team focused on discipline disproportionality is identifying additional targeted strategies as a part of our multi-year plan. So as we close out this section, these are our key takeaways from the 23-24 school year. 9% of our students received a discipline referral last year, and just under 2% had an out-of-school suspension. These data points remain largely unchanged from the baseline. We see patterns in discipline disproportionality across multiple school years, with students who are economically disadvantaged and boys having higher referral and suspension rates, and multilingual learners, students with disabilities, Black students and Hispanic students also having elevated rates of suspension compared to their peers. We're currently focusing on global strategies to minimize discipline from occurring, to ensure consistent monitoring and response to behavior and discipline, and to provide more targeted supports to impacted students and families. And at this time, I'll turn the meeting back over to the meeting managers.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Frisch, followed by Dr. Anderson, and then Ms. Anderson.
Thank you very much for this. I imagine people at home, and maybe even a few of us, are confused by risk ratios. So perhaps you could break it down a little bit. I get that two is twice as likely. Does that mean that a 1.8 is 80% more likely?
So one, it's essentially a student in one group has the same
Right.
risk of being disciplined as a student who's not a part of that group. 2 is twice as likely, and anything in between would be 1.8 times as likely. I don't know, Mr. Frisch, if that
Okay.
helps to.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
To that end, along the lines of what Ms. Sizemore-Heiser was asking on the chronic absenteeism front, looking at the slide 29, and I did cross-reference it in the report, it shows a 2% increase in referrals for students with disabilities, which, in numbers is 650 kids more. Now, it may be a smaller percentage of the overall population, which is why we're seeing a slight reduction in the risk ratio. But I think one of the questions I'm going to start having going forward is, if we're looking at one of the primary ways of addressing chronic absenteeism and discipline issues is in the inclusive environment that we're putting students in, broadly speaking, then how is the inclusive classroom experience for these students, or lack thereof, contributing to that equation? So is it goal 4 that we previously addressed, the subject of inclusion?
This goal over here, it's 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be interested in knowing, perhaps going forward, how that data might bring this information to life, here and elsewhere, where we're seeing disparities especially. Any comments on that? Or things you might already have an inkling about?
Well, I think we were both going to add in. I don't really have too many comments right now, other than to say I do think our hypothesis is that as we get students in more inclusive environments where they're have a greater sense of belonging, right? Have a greater sense of self-efficacy, are more engaged academically and intellectually, that we're going to see some of these types of behavior incidents that are leading to referrals reduce, right? But again, we're not at the point where we can really start to track and measure that. So that intersection of those data points is going to be really important moving forward. And in the third section of this report, we'll talk a little bit about our timeline for the inclusion work we're doing, but it's really like within the next 3 to 5 years to try to get to a fully inclusive continuum of services in FCPS. So it's going to be a little while, I think, before we have enough data before we can draw real valid conclusions about that. But our hypothesis would be that those incidents would go down in terms of behavior incidents.
Well, I think it speaks volumes, the amount of granularity that's in this is bringing these questions to the surface. This is exactly the type of stuff that we've been asking for, and so it's very much appreciated. I don't want to get lost on the fact that the state may say that a 2 is the threshold. It's certainly not, anything below that is certainly not acceptable, right? And so it's a goal that we're shooting for, but we should be shooting for even more improvement. So I think we should probably keep that in mind as well. I had one more question. Oh, as it pertains to the out-of-school suspensions, I can't remember what slide that was on. I think I've got it. All right, it's on slide 38. And so this could account for one of the reasons that the board might be seeing fewer referrals coming to us, is that we're seeing fewer out-of-school suspensions across the board, it looks like, or just about. That seems interesting, given the other categories that are increasing. Is it that we're not doling out the punishment as frequently for the behavior, or is it truly practices leading to changed behavior?
Are we sharing our chart of, I guess I'm talking about it now, aren't I? Oh, the gap in reporting?
So in the
It
in
is
the
here.
full report is the CEIS data. I think, Dr. Reed, that's what you're
Well,
referring
the
to.
elementary, middle, and high, just
Oh,
the
no,
gap.
we did, yes.
Would you go back to that slide, please? Slide 28. So I think this slide, probably more so than any slide, we sort of walk through this, but I want to be really thoughtful about this slide because, as I've said on several occasions, when we think about being a school system or a system of schools, what this refers to is all 141 of our elementary schools, the range in reported discipline incidents. We have a school that's reported 1 for the entire school year. And what was that? No, what was the incident? I was trying to recall.
It was a bus incident.
It was a bus incident, didn't happen at school. So one of our 141 schools had essentially 0 school-based discipline referrals, up to one of our 141 had 831. And when you look at our middle school, of our 24 middle schools, we go from anywhere between 92 to 60. So when you look at that, I think that what we need to also have a conversation about is the collective expectation for what we should be reporting. Because I think for many years, there's been a move to not report. And there's been, I know since I've been here, I've been asked, you know, is there a disincentive or are we suppressing discipline reporting? And we're not. And there's also, I think, a lot of pride in the fact that we're using a lot of opportunities to redirect and engage with our students so that we don't have a lot of discipline. And frankly, for a school division this size, we have very little discipline. And I think that I also want to share that discipline isn't a bad thing. I think that we learn a lot through discipline experiences. It's how we manage those experiences. So keeping students in school, right, and learning from mistakes. We would best want our children to make mistakes young, where we can learn where the consequences aren't so significant. So I do think there's something within this slide that is a strategy that I've asked the staff to be thinking about, along with our regional assistant superintendent team and our executive principals as we work with schools. I think this consistency is very important, and it is connected to our data. So I think that's part of the answer to the question you're raising.
Dr. Reed, if I may? Thank you. We noticed more than anything at our training this summer when we trained our school-based administrators around SR&R, when we did our scenario training, there was a lot of conflict at the elementary level about something that's reported or something that's handled by the teacher and the expectation of the leader in the school. Right? And we saw that rise in just going around and listening to the table talk. So we recognize on our team, as we continue to provide training for our staff, what is the standard in our system that we can all agree to? And that's part of the shall and mays that we talked about in the follow-on motion, and what our team is looking forward to sharing with you at future 2x2 to discuss for future SR&R. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. I'm actually glad you stopped at this slide because it was one of my initial questions, because there's definitely a story to be told here. I would love for what's on the left-hand side to be the reality, but the fact that we have these two superimposed next to each other, it's an issue. And I definitely understand, and I realize what you said, discipline is not a bad thing. It is an opportunity to learn. But given the disproportionality that we have, how come it's only certain kids that are learning this? If we're looking at the data, it's the Black kids who are learning this. It's the Hispanic kids who are learning this. Please help me understand that.
So I would have to go back to the team that's working on this. We have a division-wide team whose charge right now is working on discipline disproportionality and a grant, our CEIS grant, that's working on special education identification disproportionality as well as discipline disproportionality. So I'm going to turn to staff for thoughts on what we've discovered and our plans to address that.
So yes, thank you for that, Dr. Reed. My name is Deanna Shin, and I am the new Senior Manager for the Office of Equity and Student Conduct. So thank you for being here with you all today. Just to address some of the questions around enforcement and kind of like consistency of policies and practices that we see across the division, one of the things that we have instituted this year to support our schools is in effective implementation and data entry into our student information system, also known as SIS. One of the things that we found in our collaboration and partnership with the Chief Infotech Office is that we were seeing a lot of audit errors in the reporting of discipline. And as such, we combined forces to be able to provide training to administrators and how to be able to enter discipline effectively. And some of the things that are coming out of that training, we posted 8 of them so far, but some of the things coming out of that training, especially from our elementary schools, is that they are feeling ill-equipped to answer questions for parents around discipline, on how discipline is entered, on why it needs to be entered. And so as part of learning that information from these trainings, we are in the process of developing some resources to give to elementary school administrators to be able to have these conversations on the importance of entering discipline into SIS, why and how it's helpful, and how we're able to support our parents and our families and students better around discipline at that level. It's very similar to the work and the resources that we developed around restorative justice, when we heard from administrators that they were wanting to offer restorative justice but feeling ill-equipped about how to answer questions about RJ to parents in order to be able to offer it to them. And one of the resources we developed from there was a line-by-line script that administrators are able to use and frequently ask questions that families have around RJ. So we are in the process of developing something similar for our elementary school administrators as they talk to families about effective discipline data entry.
I appreciate that, but I don't know if that was necessarily my question, so I'd like to be a little bit clearer. Page 29, if we could put that slide up, please. I think what was mentioned by Ms. Heismore-Heiser, Mr. Frisch, and Dr. Reed certainly makes sense when we're talking about students with disabilities, where the inclusion creates the connections which will impact behavior. How are we going to create a different scenario for our Black and Hispanic students as identified in these areas? Because when we're looking at numbers, 18,718 Black kids, yet 16 or 14, however you look at it, whether it be adjusted or the regular, it's a whole lot of kids. What are the strategies? Is it going to be more of what we've already done? Are we just going to say it slower and louder? Are we going to do something that's going to move this needle? Because if I'm looking at what is identified in even the targets, you have not met them in this area at all. And actually for those categories, it's growing exponentially.
Yes, so again, thank you for that question. So one of the root causes of discipline disproportionality, it's certainly a multifaceted and stubborn concern, but one of the leading causes of disproportionality is ensuring that we have consistency of enforcement of practices and policies that are equitable. And so one of the things that we are focusing on this year is ensuring that we have consistent enforcement of our student discipline code. And we have engaged quite a few strategies to help support that. So initially, what has been developed right now, then I can also walk you through some of the things that'll be rolling out in the winter, and then also things that we'll be looking at into next year. But currently, we have implemented our equitable discipline training sessions. There are 4 of those sessions currently. 2 are for administrators, 2 are for teachers. They provide strategies to those particular groups in order to provide resources and supports on how to be able to equitably implement discipline discipline in the classroom. Also, how do we equitably implement discipline at the level once we get to a referral being accepted by an administrator and therefore reaching this level of potentially receiving a sanction of out-of-school suspension or in-school suspension. And the training feedback that we are receiving from that has been overwhelmingly positive. Those trainings launched in October 2024, and we, of course, will have data by the end of the year to be able to show the progress of that. One of the data metrics that we'll be looking at for those equitable discipline trainings, very specifically, is looking at participants who attended the training, looking at their referrals prior to the training, and then also looking at the referrals after the training. And some of the subgroups that we've clearly identified here are in need of targeted support and intervention. And then, of course, providing that targeted support and intervention to those staff members ongoing as they continue to implement this work. Additionally, some of our other strategies include the development of our How to Use the Discipline Matrix tool. One of the things that we're finding in our conversations with administrators is that there is some confusion around what the discipline matrix is, how you find it, and how you actually use it. And so one of the things that we've done is, again, create a resource which we have introduced in our SR&R trainings, which 99% of our administrators have attended during our SR&R office hours, through the SIS trainings, and also through a lot of the resources that we're also developing division-wide to be able to provide that How to Use the Discipline Matrix tool for administrators to help guide not only them, but their administrative teams in making these equitable decisions. One of the things that we find in discipline disproportionality is something called VDPs, or vulnerable points of decision-making, meaning where we have opportunities for subjectivity to enter into the discipline process. And so as much as possible, we want to try to remove those opportunities for subjectivity. And one of those things that can help us do that is to providing a bit more clarity and guidance around how to utilize the discipline matrix tool. Additionally, we have our SR&R office hour sessions that we're hosting, where again, we implement this information and introduce it, our Let's Talk feature on the fcps.edu website, and then, of course, our SIS trainings for administrators. And those are just the things that are currently doing. And we also have things that we are looking into, of course, for spring, which are already in motion and will launch when we return back from the holiday break.
Thank you for that. Can you speak a little bit as to who writes the discipline referrals?
So there are two groups who write discipline referrals. So, well, correction, there's one. So teachers write discipline referrals. So a teacher is managing a behavior. They have attempted to try to use classroom management strategies and techniques. Perhaps it's been a progressive disciplinary issue, and then at that point, they then write a discipline referral which goes to an administrator. The administrator then either accepts it or denies that referral. And if they accept the referral, then the SR&R process now begins, where we begin looking at what interventions and sanctions are possible for that particular disciplinary issue.
So if the administrator accepts the referral, it gets coded?
That is correct.
But the writer of the discipline referrals are the teachers?
That is correct.
So can you speak a little bit to the work that is happening at that level? What is their version of the discipline matrix? What is their version of the VDPs? Because that seems to be the place where we need to have the greatest level of intervention.
Yes, so your question actually goes to the heart of why we implemented our equitable discipline trainings this year, and why we have those trainings very specifically for teachers, and why we have them also for administrators. So those trainings are to be able to provide teachers with an understanding around what does equitable classroom management look like, what are the strategies that we're incorporating, and we are doing those trainings in partnership with members of the MTSS team and the SEL team as well. So that's kind of the targeted work that we're trying to do at that classroom level, in addition to being able to do some of the data progress monitoring and enforcement around some of the data trends that we're seeing.
So all of our teachers are being trained in this way? Is it an optional training?
That would be ideal, certainly for all of our teachers to be doing that right now. It is an optional training, but it is trainings that we are promoting amongst our schools pretty consistently and in a very targeted way to ensure that our teachers at that level are participating in these trainings, yes.
So Dr. Reed, I think that's a place where I have an issue. Because if we're trying to impact and influence at the decision-making level, those kinds of trainings shouldn't be optional, because how are we going to be able to impact this chart if people can select whether or not they participate?
Yes, ma'am, I think that's a fair statement. I do know that we've had some required trainings for assistant principals this fall, and last summer, we had required training for principals and assistant principals on this topic. I think what staff are describing is this training continues to evolve, but the expectation is clear. And I think we also have to be responsible, honestly, from my office all the way through the system, that says that it's important to share data that we need shared so we can allocate resources to support our students and staff in places where they're needed. That it's not a negative issue when there are discipline issues that arise. We have to be able to honestly talk to each other about that if we're going to resolve the situations that we need to work to resolve.
Thank you. I will get back to that and might go back, but I wanted to ask this. Marcy, you talked about a little bit in terms of one of the strategies being the diversity of the teacher workforce. Can you say a little bit more here, please?
And this is coming in the next EL the board is going to talk about on Thursday. But when you look in the body of research, one of the evidence-based strategies for reducing discipline disproportionality is increasing the diversity of the teacher workforce. And that has been something that our HR team is working on, and we'll have some additional data that we can share. It is in the full report, and if I can find it real quick, I'll share it. But ensuring that we have a workforce that is diverse and equipped to meet the needs of a diverse student.
And by
body.
teacher workforce, are you meaning the classroom teacher, or you're meaning the administrative staff, counselors?
I believe this research particularly speaks to the importance of teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
I would love to.
Yes, I'm confirming with my team. Yes, it's teachers.
Okay, thank you. One of the other things that I heard in your statements is that there's universal work that will be taking place across all schools. I beg to differ that some schools require a little bit more intentionality than others. How have we broken down this data by school?
We have not provided that data in this report, but certainly if that's something the board is interested in, we can share.
I am very interested.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Anderson?
So I'm going to throw a wrench in this, that I actually think that this is actually a good news story. And the reason that is because I see that disproportionality. What I'm hoping that this is showing is that we had almost 3,000 more instances of discipline in the last year. I actually see the positive, like the +1 in that category, as a positive, because it means that we potentially don't have kids that are acting out more. We just are reporting the kids that are acting out in the way that is just the type of discipline that you were discussing. So I don't necessarily see that as a problem in the same way. I went back to the baseline report on this because I wanted to make sure that I was actually looking at it correctly. This is a completely different chart than we used in the baseline data, because if we were looking at this chart in the same format that we looked at it before, I'm not as concerned as the +1 with all students. What I'm trying to figure out is how we're doing on whether or not the 5% is less than the 9%. You know, that's the number and that's the way we looked at it last year. So it would be helpful to have this actually echo the way we started the conversation, because this shows a disproportionality that may be different than what we're actually discussing. And so I want to make sure that it's an apples to apples comparison as we move through all of this. And I think that's a particularly important aspect of this. But I don't necessarily see this as bad news, as long as we can fix the other slide that we were looking at that shows that we've got some elementary schools that are reporting nothing, and some that are reporting either everything or what's actually occurring, or whatever variety of that is. So I do want to make sure that we continue to kind of compare those two in the same way, just to make sure that we're looking at things appropriately.
Dr. Reed?
Yeah, to Mrs. Anderson's point, I also wanted to ask staff, because one of the things I asked is, what are these discipline referrals primarily the result of? What is the behavior we're discussing here? Because one of the things I feel like we are making progress on is the types of issues that we're dealing with today rather than prior issues. And I feel like we've taken if you have a Maslow's, I don't think there, Michael, I think there's a Maslow's hierarchy for naughty behavior, but it feels like our behavior is less naughty this year than it has been, or this past year. So staff, if you would share perhaps the issues perhaps that are being reflected in this data.
These were the top 5 reasons that were driving referrals last year. So you can see 2 out of the 3 of those are about students being cutting class or being late to their assigned class. That's a significant portion of what these referrals represent.
Which one could argue goes back to attendance. And we had a bit of a discussion, because we label it as discipline, we did have a discussion about if we took the tardies, the cutting class out of this data set because they're connected to attendance, then what would it look like, right? So I do want to just reframe a little bit that the naughtiness for one or more discipline referral this is what we're talking about. So thank you.
It would also be very helpful to see this as a comparison between elementary and secondary, just because I think that we have different reasons that we have discipline going on. The other thing that I want us to do is actually spend the time to realign expectations of our parents, because I believe that a large part of the reason that some schools are reporting things and some schools aren't is expectation of the parents involved. And so talking about when you're going to see discipline reported on INSIS, because we all have access to be able to see what's happening with our kids. I think that it's important that some schools, parents aren't, they may be getting calls, but they're not seeing it actually recorded. I think that that's the type of thing that we should make sure that parents understand, that as we move towards a system that is creating accountability for students, then it's important that they understand that that's happening.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Marin?
Hi. I guess I'm going to take this a little more macro level than I intended, because I hear a lot of, again, similar to the earlier piece about chronic absenteeism, and also really this gets back to the executive limitations that some of us have talked about, and I've talked with the superintendent about, like, well, how do we categorize the things in the places that they are? So, like, what I don't hear now is a measurable way of, like, how effective the offerings are. I hear a lot of what's offered. We're doing all these things that seem good and they're research-based, but I don't know how effective they are. I mean, I guess in the totality of data, I could figure it out. But you know what Mr. Frisch said about, so there may be fewer out-of-school suspensions, but why? Like, that's good, but why? Are our strategies working? And sure, it could be that people are not diagnosing and recording the discipline issues the same, and thank you for the detailed explanation, but like, the whole idea is, how do we get to the consistency of things that subjective humans are constantly evaluating and recording on, right? Like, what is the sort of statistical, limits that we're okay with, knowing that people are gonna, even with grading, we talk about they're a hard grader, they're a soft grader, right? But just even more bigger picture, like, we don't talk about class size, like, anymore or at all. Like, that used to be something that I was always like, if I could do one thing, it would be class size. And this strategy is foster positive, trusting, and supportive school and classroom activities. So while I totally value that we're looking at discipline and the strategies, like, just like we talk about boundaries being something that could help, resolve a lot of issues, well, so could smaller classes. I don't hear us talking about that at all. Like, that was the big thing when I first started advocating in 2015. My kids, both my kids, 28, 29 kids in elementary school every single year in a class. And they weren't in a high needs school. So, I just wonder, and I don't know if this is true, but I wonder, like, with advisory in middle school, like, is it, okay, this is time to do advisory, and this is when we're going to deliver the social emotional learning, and then we're going to do math, and then we're going to do civics. Like, but I certainly wouldn't fault teachers because they're doing everything. And I'm just wondering, like, what's like the big lens of ensuring that what's on teachers' plates is able to be achieved? So that is the thoughtfulness about discipline, knowing your kids enough to know if it's, maybe they just didn't get enough sleep or if they really have a discipline issue. instructing using the science of literacy, right? That's a whole big thing for elementary school. Universal design for learning, and then the required trainings. I really dislike these optional trainings. Either it's required or not, optional, whether it's instructing about the Holocaust or learning how to identify discipline needs. It's good to get into this nitty gritty, but at the same time, how are we just kind of taking care of, the people aspect of this? So, yeah, I'll just put out my ideological wondering. And class sizes.
Any comments before we move on? Great, thank you. Mr. Moon?
Since my colleague, Ms. Mara mentioned about ideological wondering, I am in that ideological wondering myself, with this question especially. We regularly get the data, discipline data based upon students' background. Do we ever collect the data based upon administrators or teachers' background? Whether there is consistency, discrepancy?
Mr. Moon, to my awareness, we do not collect that data.
Is that permissible? Is that illegal? If we can get the data based upon students' demographic information, why can't we get the reverse and see, well, there is something that we could work on, especially when we talk about training being optional, whether that has any effect, that's a factor into this.
I think I would say, and I'll ask Dr. King to weigh in as well, at the school level, school administrative teams are certainly looking at where they are seeing patterns of discipline coming out of a classroom level, and then working with those individual teachers to identify what may be going on in that classroom, where additional support may be needed. So I think at an individual school level, that's very much looked at. In terms of a more, division-wide level, Dr. King, I don't know if you have anything to add.
We don't collect the information at a division-wide, but like Marcy said, school-based administrators know where their pockets of challenges are in their schools when it comes to discipline, and the expectation working with their school principals via the RAS is to ensure that they're providing support to those teachers around classroom management strategies, or if there are other things that are popping up.
Dr. King, I say this, over the last 3 decades, by and large, disproportionality student discipline has not changed that much. And we have never gotten a presentation on the other demographic, whether that makes a difference. I think I urge superintendent and superintendent staff to give some thought, see whether we can have that data and present it to us.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. St. John Cunning?
So that just prompted me to have my own wondering about, when you do the trainings, are you explaining to administrators and teachers the difference between an incident that should be managed in the classroom versus being taken to the administrator? Because working in schools and speaking sometimes with teachers and sometimes with administrators, I've heard teachers say, well, they just want me to manage this in the classroom, and this is not something I can manage. Or I've heard the opposite, where administrators are like, well, that should be something they manage in the classroom. They shouldn't be bringing it to me.
My extreme apologies. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question?
So in the trainings that you're giving to staff, are you identifying what is something that has to be managed within the classroom versus something that goes to an administrator?
Yes, we're absolutely doing that. So in our SR&R trainings that happened across the division, we did cover classroom managed behaviors versus office managed behaviors. In our equitable discipline trainings, we included there as well. And there's also some guidance around that in the SRNR as well, around classroom managed versus office managed. And then during our SRNR office hours, we provide that targeted one-on-one support to to administrators who are having questions around how to guide their teachers on classroom managed behaviors.
So for our benefit and maybe the benefit of the public, I know we discuss about these things theoretically, but can you give us an example of what would be a classroom-based behavior versus something that goes to the administrator?
A student is excessively talking during class, right? It is a disruption to the class for sure, but it's something that that teacher certainly could manage in the classroom with perhaps like a seat change, right? Or just a conversation with the student, or perhaps a call to the parent in partnership around, just being on task and making sure to respect the learning environment. Versus if that behavior, for example, is progressing in nature, and has now at some point substantially or like materially begun to impact the classroom environment, at that point, then that's something that you probably would want to send a discipline referral to. So it's almost a continuum of behavior that if it is considered progressive, then that is something that we certainly want to incorporate an administrator in for a discipline referral. Or even if it is a one-time incident, if it's something that is significant enough to have substantially impacted the learning environment, then again, that's something you would want to partner with your administrator on in terms of a discipline referral.
So just from being in the classroom, I can see where that can be very subjective. I can see where some teachers have a higher tolerance for students speaking, and whereas those that don't, and so I think that that's where the difficulty lies in this situation, because depending not only on the classroom teacher, but also on the activity, which may account for some of this discrepancy.
And you're absolutely right, and thank you for lifting that up. And one of the things that we will be, of course, proposing in a later work session related to the SRNR is trying to enhance clarity in the SRNR to provide teachers and administrative staff on guidance on how to, of course, implement that code and what is classroom managed and what is office managed. So certainly clarity is one of our key concerns around the SRNR.
Thank you. Seeing no other placards up, I will take my turn. I appreciate the information, and I do think I agree with some of my colleagues in terms of I think it's difficult to know fully the picture of what's going on when we don't have a full picture of, we don't have consistency of reporting, right? And so I'm concerned about some of the numbers of disproportionality having not changed or gotten worse, especially with students with disabilities. I will say heartened is not the right word, but I remember when I started on this board, my first work session around discipline, I mentioned that there was a disproportionality of disabilities, and everybody looked at me very surprised. And so I'm glad to see that we're acknowledging it more now and recognizing it. I think my first question would be, what are the specific strategies that we are deploying aimed at the disproportionality for some of these groups?
So,
my time, please. Thanks.
So again, I will circle us back to our key strategy right now is to attack one of those root causes of disproportionality, which is a lack of consistency in discipline coding. And so to support that, one of the things that we have, of course, implemented is our SIS trainings for administrators on how to effectively implement that discipline code into SIS, and some of the changes that do happen from year to year that occur through the VDOE, and how they implement, and how we as a division are recording our discipline in SIS. Additionally, starting in winter 2025, when we return back from the holiday break, we will be expanding the use of Guardian for administrators to be able to submit questions about the SRNR. to also request ongoing one-on-one consultation and support for either themselves or their administrative teams, and also to request school-wide training as well. From that Guardian platform, our intention is to be able to collect data based upon the questions and the requests that are provided, to be able to identify trends and deploy resources based upon the information that we're seeing there. In addition, we are expanding our discipline dashboard currently and providing a lot more data metrics for administrators to be able to make decisions in their schools relevant to many of the subgroups that perhaps they're seeing are experiencing disproportionality. So some of the expanded metrics include metrics around in-school suspensions, and also metrics around interventions versus sanctions. This is some information that it's kind of coming up out of our SIS trainings, which is that administrators needing to really understand that distinction between having to provide the intervention and then, of course, also providing the sanction, and then seeing where they are using that. Are they overusing sanctions but not providing interventions, or even vice versa? So really some of our target strategy is to provide consistency of enforcement, and then through the data that we collect in that consistency of enforcement, to be able to deploy targeted resources to schools and teachers and administrators.
Can I also add, I'm sorry, I just want to also add that we have 23 schools that have been identified as RDD schools that we are providing additional support. And each of those schools are required to have a goal in their SIT plan to address this specifically. So I'd like to invite our colleagues who's here to speak upon that. Maybe Ray, can you share with what schools are doing that are already, I'm not sure if any of your schools are identified.
Just briefly, because I want to make sure we get to the next
I
section.
apologize.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure we get to the next section. too.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you come to the mic? Here, come to this mic.
Thank you. I think Dr. Anderson's point made earlier about who's entering the data that goes in around the discipline infraction is something where we really have to work at, because this is close to the work. And if we want to really look at what's happening tier 1 and within the classrooms, that's where we're going to see the most change. And Mrs. Shin mentioned some work happening with our MTSS resources and some of the support that we have across the division in that regard. And they're poised to be able to help our teachers to be able to make those tier 1 shifts in behavior and practices in the classroom. But we've got to collect the data to do that. And as you saw in some of the data that we had, we have a great opportunity for, you start in kindergarten with redirecting and reminding, but when do you start putting those things into SIS, and what's the purpose of that, and how do you partner with parents, because that informs them right away about what's happening in the classroom as well. So I think that by focusing there in tier 1, we'll see the greatest difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to get to that because I feel like over the years when we've had this conversation, there seems to be perhaps a misunderstanding or confusion that the goal of reducing disproportionality is necessarily the goal of reducing discipline, right? And of course, we want to help all of our kiddos behave properly. We don't want discipline incidents in our schools, but the solution to reducing disproportionality isn't to not report, right? And the solution to reducing disproportionality isn't to not have consequences if needed to teach we need to teach our students. It's to have that, I appreciate what you said, the consistency of enforcement and the consistency of consequences. So I'd be interesting to know also whether the types of discipline or types of behavior issues have changed, because I remember a couple of years ago being surprised at the few number of discipline referrals that we had, and one of the statements that I remember hearing was, well, we have fewer discipline, but the situations that are happening are much worse. Like the behavior is much worse than it used to be. So it's feeling like it's more out of control, even though the data didn't show it. So I'd be curious if that's still what we're seeing. I didn't see a lot of data in here on the types of discipline changes, if any. I'll pause there.
So I think when the staff came to talk about this report, we've obviously addressed this several times in senior leadership. Your point, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, if you lower the overall discipline percentage, you actually increase the likelihood of disproportionality because your N sizes become smaller. So we are actually, as we lower, does that make sense? So it's a counterintuitive discussion, and so that's where we were, back to where you started, Mr. Frisch. The risk ratio is something that's difficult to explain, because you can make a lot of progress in overall discipline, but because the N size then gets smaller and smaller, the disproportionality, you could have one student get a discipline referral, and that makes that student twice as likely to get a discipline referral if no one else had one. if that makes sense. So I think we have to also think about what we're talking about statistically as well. Dr. King, you're thinking. Yeah, I know. Well, it's complex because we think we've, established a strategy and then we've made progress, but then we've exacerbated a different data point. So, and we have to remember these data points are our children, so.
And I guess that's where I'm struggling with this, because we want to address the disproportionality. However, we also, the overarching goal, right, is to make sure our school environments are safe, right, for students, and students are learning how to adapt. They're students, they're kids, they're learning how to behave properly, so we have all the strategies in place to teach them how to behave properly while ensuring that we have, the consequences that they need as well. And we want to do that on a fair and consistent basis, right, so you don't have the disproportionality. I mean, I would say, and you've heard me say it a million times, for students with disabilities, there's a level of understanding neurodiversity and understanding the norms and lots of things around those that I won't repeat. But I think I'd like to get in some ways a bigger picture of what's happening with our discipline, right? Which includes disproportionality and what's happening with behavior, right? Are the more significant behaviors getting worse? Are we seeing, and so I think I'm struggling to fully comprehend this without having that data as well. And to your point, I don't know if we really know what the disproportionality is until we have consistent referrals. So I look forward to trying to building through those points, but I'd love to hear, Dr. Reed, for what your plans are. Maybe not right now, maybe for kind of those bigger pieces that then inform this information, these data points.
As soon as Ms. Neal can comment, and then I'll share a summative comment on that.
I think as we've dug into this data, what we realized it's a bit of an onion, right? You pull some layers back, you realize you need to pull more layers back. And so that we are in the process of doing some additional analysis work as a part of working on this topic, and certainly we'll share the information we find through this. But I think that's what I would say, is we recognize in some cases the data actually lends itself to more questions that need to be explored. So things like you're asking for, Ms. Sizemore-Heismer, like what's the trend of the changes in discipline year over year, is something that we'll be taking a look at.
I just wonder if that's part of the safe schools, right? Like all of those go into that.
I think that's a topic, obviously, that's going to take on even more importance in our spring term, right? Making sure our schools are safe places for all of our children and our families and our staff. And so I think that as we think about data collection and working more closely with our chief of schools as well, and our regional teams, one of the things we've really expanded is the membership in our goal teams, and it's critically important that our schools teams are working very directly with our counseling and our intervention and student conduct and equity teams, because this is work that encompasses all of us. And so I think one of the keys you're going to see is that this work cuts across all departments and schools, and with better data collection, I think we can better allocate resources and move the needle on this.
Thank you. I see no other placards up for a first round on this. We'll go on to the last section. Dr. Reed?
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heismer. This is the third and final section of our Goal 2 report this afternoon, and this is student academic inclusion. So, Ms. Neal.
All right. Well, as a reminder, in our last goal report for Goal 1, we did focus on pre-K inclusion, and just so the public is aware, that report is available publicly on board docs. The FCPS vision for inclusion is to ensure students with disabilities have the same full access to academic, non-academic, extracurricular, and educational settings as their non-disabled peers, as appropriate and in the most inclusive environment to meet their needs and goals of each individual student. We continue to focus in on academic inclusion with benefits for both students with and without disabilities. For our students with disabilities, the research indicates that inclusion is associated with higher math and reading test scores, the increased likelihood of graduation, and stronger belonging and peer ties. So the impacts of inclusion not only support our Goal 2 efforts, but also Goals 3 and 5. The research has also identified a number of barriers to inclusion, including, for example, perceptions of students with disabilities, teacher preparation and experience in instructing students with disabilities, and lack of capacity at a classroom, school, or division level. We are using the VDOE indicators 5 and 6 as a starting point for monitoring our inclusion rates. And these are indicators that the state reports on annually as a part of meeting the requirements for IDEA. Indicators 5A through C focus on inclusion for students in grades K through age 21. And indicators 6A through C focus on inclusion in preschool. The data on this slide shows both the overall state and FCPS performance for 2022-23 in comparison to the state targets for that year. The cells in green mean that the target was met, and this is the most recently reported data by VDOE. It's important to note that VDOE indicators do not report on the entire range that a student could be included in a general education setting during the school day. And this pie chart represents students in grades K through age 21 for the last school year and the extent to which they were included. And these are estimates that were created using VDOE business rules, as the official data has not yet been released. In the dark blue portion of the circle, you see the percent of students included in the general education setting 80% or more of the day, which matches indicator 5A. Yellow is the percent of students who spend between 40 and 79% of the day in inclusive settings, and this is data that is not reported as a part of the VDOE indicators. The light blue represents students who spend less than 40% of the day in an inclusive setting, so matching indicator 5B. And then that last segment, the light green, represents those students who spend, who are in a separate public, private school, or residential or hospital setting, which matches with indicator 5C. And because the yellow portion of the data isn't reported as a part of these indicators, students who are transitioning from less inclusive settings to more inclusive environments may not automatically show up in the indicator data. And just as a reminder, we're trying to grow the dark blue portion of this pie while shrinking the other portions of the pie. This slide presents the FCPS performance on indicator 5A compared to the VDOE targets that are shown in blue. The state targets increase each year, and the last published state target is for 2025-26. Using that VDOE data methodology, we estimate that 58.91% of students met the criteria for indicator 6A last year, and this represents continued growth towards the state target. The next slide shows the data for indicator 5B, and in this case, we want our yellow, our actual data, to go below the blue line, meaning fewer students are included less than 40% of the day. The estimate for the 23-24 school year is that just over 12% of students met the criteria for indicator 5B, which means we remained relatively flat on this metric. FCPS has met the state target for indicator 5C, and we anticipate we will continue to meet this target on the indicator for the 23-24 school year. Similar to the pie chart that was shown on the prior slide, this slide shows the breakdown of inclusion by grade level. So we see higher rates of students being included 80% or more of the day, so again in that dark blue bar, in the younger grades, which decline in middle school and then again in high school. The data in yellow represents where there may be opportunities to increase the percentage of students meeting indicator 5A, as these students are already included between 40 to 79% of the day. This slide provides the same look at the data by student group, and the full report does have charts for each of these indicators. Our white, multiracial, and Asian students had the highest rates of being included 80% or more of the school day, while multilingual learners had the lowest rates of being included. It's also important to note that our multilingual learner student group had the highest percentage of students included 40 to 79% of the instructional day. Again, that's shown in yellow. This slide shows the breakdown of inclusion for preschool age students, which includes the indicator 6A through C data. A small percentage of preschool age students with disabilities are not represented within indicator data, which is in the yellow portion of the chart. And these are students who were evaluated and found eligible for special education services in preschool but are not accessing those services. And as preschool is not compulsory, families may make that choice to not enroll in preschool and access those services. We did share the preschool inclusion data as a part of the Goal 1 report. However, this slide does also include the estimates for the 23-24 school year for indicator 6A. And we do estimate that just under 24% of students will meet the criteria for indicator 6A, which is just below the state target and shows significant progress towards the target. We are estimating slight improvements on indicator 6B, which is the percent of preschool students in a separate special education class, school, or residential facility. And again, we are looking to have our data move below the blue line on this slide. And then finally, we continue to see improvements in indicator 6C, which is for students receiving special education services in the home. And we're making progress towards this target. And like the previous slide, we want our data to move below the blue line. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the strategies towards inclusion. Our strategies for inclusion focus on better meeting the needs of students with disabilities in the general education setting, strengthening IEP processes for considering placement in more inclusive settings, providing additional supports to schools and regions with lower levels of inclusion, leveraging external expertise on best practices on current research to inform planning, and increasing inclusion for preschool-age children as was outlined in the Goal 1 report. We are focused on building the capacity of teachers to meet the diverse learning needs of all students. PD began on Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, during the 23-24 school year and continues this year. FCPS is also embedding information regarding specific high-leverage practices for teaching students with disabilities into existing training and resources. These changes, along with updates to the existing instructional framework, will provide staff with concrete resources to support the design and facilitation of inclusive practices within instruction. In addition to increasing staff capacity, we're also adopting instructional resources and practices to support general education teachers in differentiating instruction for all students. For example, the newly adopted K-6 language arts resource includes embedded scaffolds and resources for planning instruction for all students, including accommodations to provide the appropriate support for each learner. Screeners are used to identify student strengths and instructional next steps, and PD is provided to staff to support implementation of new instructional materials. Last school year, we initiated the use of the Least Restrictive Environment, or LRE, tool to support IEP discussions when a student's being considered for instruction outside of the general ed setting. And required training for staff involved in IEP team meetings was also conducted last year and again this fall. We're currently engaging with external consultants that are experts in working with school divisions in the area of inclusion. The work with the consultants will focus on a 3-year roadmap to exceed state targets, a long-term comprehensive PD plan to support all schools in implementing UDL, and guidance on revisions to our instructional framework and teacher-facing resources to support these practices. And further, FCPS is planning to engage with an expert on instructional program delivery to inform models for students with autism. An LRE data dashboard is currently being developed to support the monitoring of data as it relates to indicators 5A and B and 6A and B. And this dashboard is expected to go live in the second quarter of the school year and will allow for ongoing monitoring across schools and the division to refine decision-making as it relates to our inclusion goals. And then finally, a project team is developing a multi-year plan which aims to enhance support for students identified as twice exceptional. And the key drivers of this work include designing and deploying accountability tools, building staff capacity, engaging families and students as partners, and developing enhancements to the IEP process that include considerations around advanced learner needs and access to advanced coursework. As we close out the report, these are our key takeaways on student academic inclusion for last school year. We have made progress towards inclusion, but have not yet met the majority of state targets. Certain student groups saw a substantial increase in inclusion, while we also continued to see lower levels of inclusion for other student groups. And we'll need to continue a multi-year focus on inclusion, including those strategies specific to preschool that were previously presented. I'll turn this back over to the meeting managers.
Thank you. And I will start with Ms. Mara and then Dr. Anderson.
Great. I was just wondering about ORSI, the Office for Strategic Research Initiatives. Are they involved in this? There's just a lot of data collection going on, and again, just thoughts I haven't had in a while that I guess are coming to mind, but what's the process there? Because I'm just wondering about all these research methods. Not questioning, wondering about them, yeah.
So they are currently in the process of deploying our student experience survey, which is where a lot of their focus has been in developing that survey and delivering the survey, and also conducting program evaluation related to some of our strategic objectives.
Okay, because this team is focused on the very high level strategic plan work, but it sounds like there's data gathering that's happening, that's not happening at Orsi, is that right? Like some of the data you're using is not from, okay. I just wonder about that and how that could be better connected as like the research that happens in the division. One thing I just want to underscore is the 2E, oh, do you want to?
Yeah, I just want to make one comment on that. I think there are many comments probably, but one comment is one of the reasons we've not been as nimble, I think, in our ability to turn data around into actionable practice is because we have this pinch point. If everything has to go through a single stop, we could wait months to get data, and we don't have months right now. We have to, and that was the inception of the data dashboards where we brought our IT teams in. Dr. Presidio has a data team that came in. So we've had to really create nimble data teams. Our regions need data in real time. So Orsi does a lot of research with the data, so they're able to more so, I don't want to use the word autopsy, but more so look at what has happened. But what we're really talking about in some of these reports are how do we collect data today and have that dashboard that we look at every week and then make decisions, which is what we did with attendance last year. We realized we had issues, so we were able to immediately say we've got to start double back buses, we have to start our sprouts, we can't wait till the end of the year and study it because our students will have lost that year of experience. So Orsi has an important role in the division. It's just not been able to, that one group has not been able, I think, to keep up with the data demand right now that our schools, regions, and departments need to allocate resources. But there's still a significant part of the research work in the division. So I don't know if that's helpful.
It is helpful. I mean, I was just remembering years past where Orsi would be at the table. So, and again, you've been at this table before, but I think maybe I'm just kind of seeing, I don't know if it's the end of the year, you take stock, but like just trying to see there's a lot going on, and I'm just trying to understand how it's all connected together. But I just wanted to underscore the importance of looking at that the 2E, the twice exceptional, especially when we saw the data, the lower numbers for our older students in middle and high, and we know that they struggle to access the instructional and extracurricular opportunities because there are a lot more limitations. So I hear it a lot from my community. They want more for their students who are twice exceptional. So I really hope that we can do more on that and hear more on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Dr. Anderson?
Yes, I feel like this is going to be the hodgepodge section for me, for things left over, because there's going to be no more time here. I just kind of want to share a couple of very logistical things. It's really a challenge to kind of track the data, or rather the progress or the change, when the formatting is so different. Last year's baseline is very different from this year. I'm really seeking some consistency here just to make it for just a little bit easier to digest. As I asked last year, and I'm going to continue to ask this year, how can we get some of these data in by school? So I want to make sure that I share this with you. I would love to hear the articulation, and I'm going back to the discipline data, the articulation of the roles of the chief of staff, chief of schools, which I think you began to speak about, the RASs and the principals when it comes to impacting the data that we have. So I'll pause here just to hear that.
So I think that the data is a team effort, and I guess our chief of schools is involved in an interview panel today for our TJ principal. So that's been an all-day process, and that's where Dr. Ponce is today. I will ask Ms. Neal to elaborate on how that collaboration has gone. Is that the question around the collaboration with our chief of schools office?
Just kind of how each of these levels are supposed to impact what happens in the classroom. Because we know that the principals, you've shared very clearly that they have the matrix. What are they supposed to do with that? Is it just for themselves? Are they training others? How are our RASs holding the principals responsible? What's the chief of schools' role in this effort?
Well, I think clearly the chief of schools oversees the 6 regions. So the chief of schools meets regularly with our 6 regional assistant superintendents, who then work with our executive principals. And whether it's a curriculum issue with our new, for example, literacy curriculum, the region offices work directly with schools to make sure that that curriculum's being implemented in a way that we know is best practice. The work that Dr. King is leading and working with Dr. Ponce, we want to make sure that the same level of impact is occurring with our region offices, supporting our work and our discipline disproportionality data. And I kind of hate to put her on the spot, but not really. And Ms. Hunstead is here, our most recent principal. And perhaps you can share a minute, Candace, how the division initiatives trickle to a principal, because I think that's really the question right now. And how, as a principal, you understand the calibration needs, et cetera.
Absolutely. So when I would attend either a district-wide professional development, let's say on the behavior matrices, I would then turn it around to my staff. So we'd go back, and as an admin team, myself and the assistant principals, we talk about what our turnaround training looks like, and then how we make those resources available for teachers, and how we also support them in their learning and hold them accountable for that learning as well. So not only this is a training that you received, but also how can I support you in the learning, and how are we talking about it and making it authentic every day when I'm in your classrooms and I'm doing classroom observations, or when I'm supporting you with student behavior. How are we referring back to that discipline nature matrices, or how are we looking at the SR&R and looking at that together?
Thank you. And also was mentioned that some of the schools have discipline disproportionality as part of their SIP. How was that decided? What was the threshold?
So that was some of the work that initially started in 2021, where we would calculate risk ratios by school in, I believe, 4 or more subgroups. And our risk, our threshold was 3.0 or higher. And then subsequent from there, following the BDOE standards in terms of risk ratios. So the schools that were identified for receiving some of those targeted supports were identified by risk ratios, which were calculated at the time twice a year.
And now they're not calculated for this current year?
So currently, we are reviewing as Ms. Neal said earlier today, we are currently reviewing some of the practices that occurred initially around the RDD, meaning the Reducing Discipline Disproportionality Initiative, to enhance some of those strategies. And we have, at the same time, we are continuing to run our primary strategy, which is that consistency of enforcement.
And so we will be able to be provided with the list of schools that would have to have this in their SIP. So I will request that. The other piece of data that I think is really important, particularly when it comes around to the discipline, is the transiency data. How do we see this being impactful to what we're seeing in the schools, and how can this become part of this report?
Dr. Anderson, are you thinking about students who just move from one school to another school within the division, or students who are moving into FCPS? Can you say a little more?
Well, maybe both, because I know with many of my schools, the 600 that they start with in August is not the 600 that they have in January or in June. And I know that impacts the continuing work, particularly if we're talking about the using advisory and using other resources to educate students and their families. If they're different kids, how do we address it?
Yeah, I certainly think that's something that we could take a look at, like the entry dates of students, because we know our teachers spend a lot of time at the beginning of the year setting routines, establishing routines, building those relationships with kids. And certainly that's something they do as they return from extended breaks as well. But I think what you're getting at is if kids are cycling in at different points of the year, how is that impacting? And that's certainly something we can try to see if we can pull out of the data.
Thank you. And I do want to kind of give some feedback on the advisory. I think before last year, I had very high hopes in terms of what we can do in those sessions. And I'm not finding that to be the reality of somebody who's had now 4 years of middle school experience. And what happens in advisory, it's hit or miss. And so it's hard to put a lot of marbles into that basket. Lastly, I wanted to talk about Hazel Health. It's $1,500 per student, being that we have 800 students that participate, that you mentioned, 10, 11, and 12, and a few ninth graders. How do we ramp that up? Because if the contract is 1.2, I don't think that was our intention, to spend $1,500 per student access.
I think, yes, the intention was certainly to open it up to our 63,000 high school students. I think that what we've been doing to try and increase utilization and what's worked this school year, what we've seen, has been removing the opt-in process. This was an IT process that had been put in place, which was an additional hurdle for families, that they had to opt in to having data shared and then had to consent to services being provided. That had been removed in conjunction with our chief IT officer and their team. And since then, we've seen an uptick, and that was only removed late summer. And so I'd like to see how the data pan out for the remainder of this school year to see if we see an increase in that, though I think your feedback overall is duly noted that only a small subset of our whole high school population are utilizing this. We are advertising it through every communication channel that we have regularly to try and promote the awareness of this. We also have school staff who are designated referrers, so anytime a student sees a psychologist, counselor, social worker who thinks they might benefit from their service, they can directly refer the student, and the parent just has to provide consent to that service, so the parent doesn't even have to submit that referral. So we're doing our best to try and increase uptick.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. St. John Cunning, followed by Mr. McElveen.
So I have a question about inclusion for preschool. I want to ask, number one, do we have the space, and do we have a co-location of programs to make that happen?
Well, we don't have the space that we would like to have, and we definitely do not have the co-location of programs in an optimal fashion to really allow us to accelerate as quickly as we would like to our inclusion efforts. So I won't go too far on this topic today because we did talk about it a little bit in Goal 1, but we've got 3 different inclusion models we're using at the preschool level because of the fact that we don't have co-location and programs in the way that we would like. We actually have 3 times as many classrooms for early childhood special education than we do for general education early childhood. So that makes it even more difficult. There's a bigger challenge there. That challenge would be great to overcome if we could just add more general education preschool classes and combine all the classes into inclusion classes. But obviously there's facilities and other budgetary factors that are going to challenge us, our ability to do that as quickly as we would like. But we are working with facilities to look at every single one of our campuses, and Janice Szymanski, our Chief Facilities Officer, is working with us on that to figure out where we do have opportunities to open new programs that would be more inclusive than what we have right now in one of the 3 inclusion models that we have. We also have some opportunities. The county is actually talking about a potential investment in early childhood education possibly within the next few years, so that would be great. And again, we're partnering with the county to look at other county buildings, community use buildings, any place that we can really think about to expand, because we've got to have the co-location of programs, as you point out, to be able to really facilitate the inclusion model that we would like to have.
I was asking that because I kind of feel that that's why that population maybe has a higher rate of not having inclusion.
I think there's a lot of reasons, but those operational ones are the ones that we've got to partner together to solve, right? I mean, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McElveen?
Thank you. I have a question for Dr. Reed on Twice Exceptional. So I know there's been talk about a standalone learning environment for that group of students. Can you share any updates?
Yes, Mr. McElveen. We actually, I'm really excited about the work we're doing with our Twice Exceptional students. I know that there's a team, Dr. Edmonds Hurd, Noni, and Krista Maloney. There's a huge team that's been working on a continuum that's much more transparent for our community in terms of services for Twice Exceptional students. I'm also convening a Twice Exceptional Advisory Committee that will begin in the first 2 weeks of January. And we just met with SEPTA yesterday, actually, to discuss that and the membership of that group to look for and to craft a model for really a smaller learning community for secondary school Twice Exceptional students. So that work is going to be launched in January, and we really hope to create an instructional model because many of our Twice Exceptional students find attending really large secondary schools to be problematic from a sensory standpoint and for a variety of reasons. So that work will be launched in January, and I'll make sure we have updates for the board and the community on that.
That's great. Congratulations to you and the team for moving that forward. One other point I'll make just for consideration, and it builds off of Dr. Anderson's question on Hazel Health. I think Hazel Health very well could be a successor to Tutor.com just in terms of student participation. As we know, Tutor.com, we were paying upwards of $1,000 per student who was using it. And I think we do need to give some thought and rethink the idea of pushing kids into these online resources, which could be very, very good and positive for those that use it. But in terms of resource use, it may just make more sense to do things in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Okay, so I'm going to talk fast, and I'm going to ask our clerks to be fast on the timer, because I have a couple of things, and I'm going to try not to have a go back. Okay, first thing I wanted to say, Dr. Presidio, you said something earlier that I feel the need to say something about. I just want to say that I do not believe inclusion is the solution for discipline problems. I want to make sure that successful inclusion will lead to belonging, which may reduce discipline problems, but successful inclusion is related to making sure that our staff understand how to foster those inclusive environments. So I don't want to just say that just because the number of included kiddos increases that we're automatically supposed to see a reduction in discipline. So I see there's a connection there that I just wanted to make sure that we discuss. I'm going to go back for just a second to talk about chronic absenteeism related to our alternative schools. And I'm wondering how many of those chronic absentee schools are actually impacted by discipline referrals that are actually related to suspensions, because I've heard from many principals that a lot of those kids walk in with their 10, and so they're already chronically absent, and so then we have so I guess my question is, and something that I've been talking to Dr. Reed about, is are those schools, particularly when we're talking about some of our schools that are supporting medically fragile students, how are we making sure that our schools are not that we're supporting our students in a way that we're not worried about accreditation, we're actually focused on the needs of the students. And so that is one aspect that I am going to continue to kind of hallmark if I can. I want to speak up about what I said previously, because I want to make sure that I wasn't misunderstood. I have a significant problem with disproportionality within discipline. I don't have a problem with our discipline record going up right now. So I actually would prefer if we don't indicate at all that our goal is 0, because it's not. And so having an adjustment the way that we have it on this particular chart is not helpful, because of the fact that what we're actually measuring is on the baseline of what is there. So it's the percentage of discipline for this year is what we should be measuring on. So Ms. Neal, I will get with you about how I think we could rework this chart just a little bit to help with Dr. Anderson's point about a continuity of data across. The other thing that I would argue for is that on slide 30, it makes it look like we are going for 0. And what we're going for is 0 in the disproportionality, so we need to change the title of that slide to make sure that that's put in there. So I think that all is going on there. And I would love to see a chart that actually showed the new adjusted compared, because am I correct that the discipline is also only 2 years? Is that correct? Okay. So we need a new chart that is similar to the one that we did last year that shows that it's just 2 years and what's the adjusted compared to the ratio the same way we did it last year, because we only have that for the baseline that we were previously using, and it's not the 2-year data. So it would be very helpful as moving forward to make sure that we're including that. I know, but if we can include that moving forward in the next reports about how that has changed. So we did that on the first one. So.
Would you like to go back? Seeing no other new placards that are up, I will take my turn. I spoke pretty lengthy to this, Dr. Reed, at the regular meeting when this presented, so I will just repeat a few things and mention a couple of the things that I see here. I really appreciate, I'll start with a positive, I appreciate this vision of inclusion that I don't know if I've seen before, but was stated in here. But the data points don't meet the vision. And the data points don't meet the goal in the strategic plan. The data points are a base state compliance data point. And the data points were important when we amended this goal report to show the extent of the problem. But there's not a lot of other places in FCPS where we say what the state expects, SOQs, for example, are going to be just dandy with us. And that's what we're doing by the majority of this report being focused on state compliance. Same with the LRE dashboard. The LRE dashboard is a compliance. It's basically saying, your IEP meetings are supposed to be talking about least restricted environment. Well, we got to put in a whole dashboard to make sure you're doing it. That's not a goal. That's just getting to compliance. And it bothers me because, as I said to you, this is something I started saying when my son was 5 and he's now 23. At what point do we get beyond basic compliance for our, the goal is a great goal, the vision here, right? Inclusion and extracurriculars, but the data points on indicator 5 and 6 are not anything to do with extracurriculars or community belonging or sense of connection or any of those things. It is butts and seats. It's not even about meaningful inclusion, which really is what we really want. It's not breathing the same air as somebody else. It's meaningful inclusion. But those data points don't get to that. I understand it might be a good place to start, but I think we need to be really realistic of what those data points are and what they're not. The other thing the state indicator data points miss is the middle kids. It talks about those included 80% or more, or those included 40% or less, but it really doesn't talk about the rest of them. And by doing that, and most of the conversation I've heard when it does actually talk about disability has been on 2E, we're missing the bulk of the kids. And so I appreciate your chart very much, Ms. Neal, that has that shaded in between. I just don't think we talk about it as much in sort of what we're going to do here. So that's the first thing. We also really, I appreciate that there's somewhere in here about program delivery for students with autism. And I understand that's probably an addition because I've been hammering at it, so I really appreciate that. But understand that when I mention program delivery, it is for all students with disabilities because we have 27,000 of them, and we haven't looked at program delivery holistically for 30 to 40 to 50 years. So it's a great start. I appreciate the start, but we've got to do more because all of these things fall apart without that. We can have the LRE conversation at IEP meeting, but if there isn't a good place to provide LRE, it doesn't matter. If your choice is you can be in a segregated environment or you can go into gen ed with zero support, that's not going to foster inclusion, right? So we have to start with program delivery. We can't start with these compliance tools. I will go back, because I'll put myself on the list. Oh, Mr. Moon first, since he hasn't had a first turn, then we'll go to
If I
go
could just say one or two things, just real briefly. Yeah, I mean, I think you raise excellent points as always, and we appreciate your advocacy on these important issues and want to continue to partner with you and all of our board members. I would say I think you're right about the data indicators that we've chosen, and it doesn't mean that we can't add others in the future, right? I mean, we have like 100 data indicators in the strategic plan. You know, we could add a couple more, right? So we started probably with a low level of compliance, and we can now, I think, start to get to something that's more aspirational as we craft this vision that really measures the true experience of students with disabilities better. I would say I think the work that we're doing with the consultants right now is very much taking a complete look at everything that we do with our service delivery model. But we do want to bring in somebody who has some additional expertise in autism, particularly at the early childhood level, because we know we've got a lot of heavy lifting to do there. So I think working with the consultants that we've already identified, we're going to be able to do some really good work here, and I think a relatively short period of time. And we are going to arrange opportunities for the consultants to connect with our board members. They're going to be on site. We're trying to get them scheduled to be on site in January. And I'm going to work with them to provide a little bit more information about the work that we're planning to do with them prior to January, and then create some opportunities for board members to meet and connect with those folks in January so that we can make sure that we're really incorporating everybody's feedback in the work that we're doing with them. So more to come, but I appreciate the points that you raised.
Thank you. Mr. Moon?
Okay, this is something that I've got to ask. I think I raised this question when Ms. Seisberg-Heiser and I were preparing for this work session as a meeting managers, that make a distinction between, amongst disciplinary offenses, I make a distinction between my own terminology, soft offenses from hard offenses, drug, weapons-related, serious altercation, physical altercations. I consider them to be hard offenses. And our teachers, administrators may not have much choice. Other things, especially those I saw, those 5 offenses that I saw, including coming too late, or some maybe a disrupting instructional atmosphere, etc. Those, to me, are somewhat soft offenses. Maybe they are pretty closely related to a classroom management issues as well. Is there a way for you to provide us with a separate data set showing hard offenses disproportionality, whether there is, versus soft offenses? Because soft offenses, to me, I think training probably will help us to see whether we can perhaps be able to achieve a different result.
So, Mr. Moon, I think that we're conferring over here. We believe that we should be able to pull that out by classification so you can see sort of the severity of the discipline referrals.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson and then Mr. McLevine.
Yes, I'll be fairly fast. And one of the things that I was looking at, based on what Mr. Moon has just said, were the suspension data, because when you're suspended, that's when it's a severe situation. A referral may not be as severe, but a suspension means it's something that is either pretty egregious or pretty chronic. So that might be a helpful data point to review. But what I also wanted to talk about is when we were talking about chronic absenteeism and the impact of school-imposed discipline, can you tease that out? I know you mentioned that 40% of the students who were chronically absent were engaged in an out-of-school suspension, but where were they on that continuum? Were the suspensions the reason that put them over, or were they already over? If you could tease that out a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
I don't know, so I'm sure that we can. I don't know that we will be able to turn around that type of analysis in advance of the board voting on this, but we're certainly happy to take that back to try and go
I'm
do.
curious nevertheless,
Yep.
so whenever you're able to provide it, I would appreciate it. And again, on page 41, I do want to highlight what was shared earlier. I had it in my notes, didn't have a chance to. I don't think this is a reasonable chart on page 41, where we're talking about going down to 0, not the disproportionality one, but the discipline referral. I don't think our goal is by 2030 that we will have 0 discipline referrals. That's not even reasonable. Am I misreading this chart?
Yeah, so the targets we have set are not at 0, but I recognize that that has definitely created a question in this conversation for multiple board members, so we will take a look at how we can make that more clear that that is not the target.
Okay, because kids will do the things that they do. My last question, I think it's probably for Dr. Axler. The youth survey data, can't seem to pull it because I know we had this discussion. I sat next to you and skipped. But can you refresh my memory in terms of how many of our students actually completed the youth survey?
We had about 40,000 students in grades 6, 8, 10, and 12 who completed the youth survey, which is roughly 71% of those who are in those grade levels.
And can you speak to, I'd like to think there was a data point that spoke to how many students identified as LGBTQ?
We had 12% of 8th, 10th, and 12th graders, which was 28,500 students who identified as LGBTQ.
28,000. So that's a pretty significant amount. So that does give us a little bit of reliability on the data set, because I always worry about the sample size being so small for students who are self-reporting. Thank you for that. I think that is all that I have.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch, you haven't your first turn yet, so.
I don't think I need the whole time. I do have one kind of macro question about the efforts around inclusion for our students with disabilities. In previous settings, we've looked at the data from other school divisions and seen that, maybe this one is doing better in these indicators and this one is doing better in these indicators, often markedly, right? And so my question is, I don't think it can just be the volume of students that the divisions are addressing the needs of, but are we doing anything to learn from other school divisions? Is that where these practices that we're hearing about are coming from? Is school divisions where it's been shown to work?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's an excellent question. We are outreaching to other school divisions to see what their practices look like when we see those outliers. And we're doing that in a couple different ways. Our staff is doing some of that with school divisions in the state. We're also working with our consultants to be partnered with other school divisions that they recommend on kind of a national basis that are doing some things differently. You know, I'd say probably one of the biggest things, and Ms. Sizemore-Heiser kind of pointed this out, is that we've had a model that we've employed here for decades where other school divisions have made systematic changes to their service delivery much earlier than we've made them. So I think, like, when we talk to these districts, the things that we're planning to do are the types of things that they've already done. They're just farther down the road than we are. So our plan is to really start working with a group of schools in FCPS this school year to implement some of those practices next school year, with other schools following in the second year and in the third year, to really be able to scale that up before the end of the strategic plan so that we can implement new practices, a completely re-overhauled service delivery model in FCPS within our strategic plan timeline. But you know, it's an excellent question, and we're continuing to learn as much as we can from other divisions.
I will add to that Dr. Presidio's brought me now a revised second plan, but of creating model school sites, model classrooms for preschool and model school sites around inclusion at elementary, middle, and high that are strategically identified, and then modeling those moving forward. So we believe we'll have 100% of the schools in play by 28, 29 if we stick with the plan. So it's very, very intentional at this time. Yeah, thank you.
And I think one would think, looking at this report, this goal report in particular, where some of the work has been ongoing for so long, and not specifically on inclusion in the classroom or education settings, but we're seeing like, 0.28% change here and a 0.3% change here, that on something like this, where we are talking about a transformational change, we should be able to, at least how it typically goes, right? If the big change is going to be impactful, the big impact is when you immediately do it, and then it gets harder as you kind of continue doing the work and have to find new strategies to reach. So that should be a big incentive for moving this along as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate hearing about the models, and I know you and I have talked a lot offline about none of this will work without really modeling how we do the work. And I think I want to make sure that staffing models and staffing ratios are going to be included as part of that program delivery review, because it isn't just the program, but it's also how we staff and how we support the staff who are doing the work. So I want to make sure that's included. I saw somewhere in here that we talk about continuing strategies and high leverage practices. So I want to ask, what high leverage practices, accommodations, and supports are we putting in place for neurotypical peers and non-disabled peers to support inclusion?
So I don't know how much time we want to devote to this. I'll give you a very high level, and then if you want to dig deeper, I'll invite some colleagues to come up to the table that are leading that work. But we've had an instructional model in FCPS for a number of years that is our Tier 1 model that we expect all classrooms to employ. And then we've, as you know, obviously had many students in a more self-contained learning environment operating on kind of a different instructional model, if you will. So what we're trying to do right now with our consultants is identify the research-based, the evidence-based best practices that educating students with disabilities need to have in a general education inclusive setting, and reframing our entire instructional model so that we have one model for all students at FCPS. We're also looking at those best practices for multilingual learners, for example, to be part of that instructional model. So that model has kind of 4 domains: making sure that we've got a learner-centered environment, so you can think there about building the relationships, the belonging, understanding students, building students' voice in the classroom, strengthening relationships. Then we talk about the types of instructional practices that we want to deliver. So that's going to range the gamut from everything from like really explicit instruction and things that we want to be really concrete about with evidence-based literacy instructional strategies, to things that are more like project-based learning strategies and when to use those things and how to use those things together. The third component of that model is the type of curriculum that we use. So again, we want to make sure that we've got a curriculum that's going to work for all students, that can be differentiated, and something that teachers are going to be able to implement without having to do, we want to minimize the planning as much as we can. And then the fourth domain of that model is really around assessment and purposeful assessment in the types of ways, the types of assessments that we're using and the types of information that we're collecting from them. So sometimes, again, it's like a progress monitoring or a diagnostic assessment. Other times it's student self-reflection, student presentations of their own learning, in a lot of different ways that they can demonstrate their learning. And all of those things together make up the FCPS instructional model, and we're trying to revise that to make sure that we're really clear and explicit about the types of practices that we want to see in each of those 4 domains that are going to support all of our student groups in being successful in a Gen Ed Tier 1 setting.
I appreciate that. Will those model, and I appreciate the walking through the models, will those models include explicit strategies for non-disabled and that's the question I asked, non-disabled, not disabled, non-disabled and neurotypical peers, because when you've been segregated away from a population for a long time, there is a mindset shift that you have to go through to include a new population. We have segregated this population. So what high leverage practices are we putting in place for non-disabled and neurotypical peers to make inclusion successful?
And again, this is in development right now, so we're drafting this out with our consultants, and we're pulling research from a lot of different places. So we don't have all of that documented so far. We'll be happy to share iterations of that work with you. And again, when the consultants are here, they can talk to you more about that. But yeah, absolutely. You're 100%
I just want to make sure that's included.
And a big piece of what we're doing before we even do that change in terms of practice is the mindset work with all of our school-based staff, right? So we know that we've got to go through a process of making sure that everybody in one of these early adopter schools that are going to start this work in the winter, right? One of the first things that we're going to do is have them working through some professional development and training with our consultants about why this work is important, right? What it looks like, how it's going to make a difference in the learning environment for students. So that mindset shift is kind of one of the first things that we're going to lean into.
I bring that up because one of the students with disabilities are subject to bullying 3 to 4 times more than students without disabilities. And one of the things I hear a lot from parents about the fear of inclusion is the fear of their kids being bullied. So if we don't address that from creating a welcoming environment, not just putting the burden on the student with a disability to adapt, but the environment to adapt and the people who have already kind of owned that environment to adapt, right? Then if we don't address the bullying, it leads to chronic absenteeism, right? It leads to, a fear of inclusion, all of those. So we have to address all of those pieces. That's why I bring that piece up.
And that's that first domain of the model I was talking about, learner-centered environment.
Please stop my time.
A big piece of that is the relationships with students themselves, right? It's not just teacher and student, it's students with students in that environment. So there is a big piece of work that we have to do with all of our students in that regard, too.
And I think there's a piece we have to do with our families, too, because I think there's some fear of inclusion because, to be perfectly honest, we haven't set the environment up well to be successful, and so therefore kids have not been successful in that model, or there's created bullying and other issues, and so it's created a fear of that as well. And I do appreciate that for our students, we're still providing a continuum of services. Like we talked about the 2E Academy, I think it's important to recognize that for some students, we need a continuum of services, but the default that has been segregated settings should not be the default. And so I appreciate hearing that. I really appreciate hearing you say we can have other data points. I guess the reason I really have a concern is this is the second year of a report. So I guess I'll ask, at what point can I expect different data points?
Well, I think one of the things that we'll be seeing is additional data that will come back as a part of that student experience survey. So I think when you've talked about what does inclusion look like for students in extracurriculars or other types of activities, as we think about our different students' experiences, that's some of the information that will come back in that student experience survey.
I think, did you want to speak?
Well, I was just going to say, I realized before I said that I should have checked with the data boss and this Neil here. But I mean, we've done different things over the years that I've worked here, right? So I mean, I think part of it is what Marcy just said, and looking at other data points that the board might need to round out the reports that we're doing. So there might be some additional things that we could do, and we could work with the superintendent and the board chairs to think about how to do that.
Yeah, I just mentioned, I think it's important to be really thoughtful about this because this is not something we've done in Fairfax County, as the indicators show, and so students may not even know what to answer on these surveys because when you've been segregated, and that's the experience of both the people who have been segregated and those who haven't, that's all they know, it's hard to rely on a student survey, right? So I think just be really thoughtful about it. And as far as preschool, we did used to have a different model of inclusion, which was a community peers model, which ended during COVID. It wasn't great, and it wasn't everywhere, and it wasn't in PAC, but we did have a different model that didn't rely on the co-location. And so I do think there's other ways we can look at inclusion that doesn't rely on co-location.
Again, you're right, but I will say, we still are doing community peers. It's just, that's really difficult, right? Like to scale that up because it's reliant on a family wanting to bring their student in, and there's a lot of recruitment that goes into that. So we are still doing it, but you're right, we're not at the same level that we were pre-pandemic, so.
I think with the cost of childcare and preschool, I think you could get a lot of families interested if we did the work to recruit them. Ms. St. John Cunning, I see your placard went up.
So before I say what I wanted to say, I do want to say that I do spend a lot of time in schools, and I have seen some schools doing this work. I know some of our elementary schools have great buddy programs, and the kids are dying to be a buddy with some of their special education preschool kids, and they help them. And I know that's just a baby step. It's not where it's supposed to be, but it's a start in terms of starting to change the mindset with the younger ones at least. But what I don't want this session to end without recognizing the work that is currently happening. We talked about absenteeism and discipline issues, and we talked about inclusion. And I just really think that it's important that we recognize the work that is already happening in our schools, in our classrooms, with teachers, administrators, staff, and even out of our classrooms, the people that come in and support people in our classrooms. And I always think that sometimes when we talk about all of these issues at this table, we forget the people that are doing the work every day and touching our students' lives every day and really making a difference. So I just wanted to thank them for what they're doing and to know that we're here to support them and that everything that we're discussing is to make sure that our students have the best experience and that we want to help support the adults in the building for that to happen.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
Sorry, I forgot one more thing. Dr. Reed, you had mentioned a little while ago regarding CEI grants and how is this going to be supporting this work? Can you give a little bit more detail there, please?
Certainly. It's a specialized grant which involves a set-aside actually from IDEA for, I think it's IDEA, Dr. Edmonds-Hurd. It's a set-aside to reduce disproportionality in special education identification as well as discipline disproportionality. And I believe, Dr. Presidio, you currently administer the grant, so perhaps you could share, I know we have a number of staff positions in the grant and the impact of those positions on this work.
Yeah, I don't personally administer it, but I supervise the teams that do. So this is an annual process where we look at issues of disproportionality in identification for students with special education. So that's one of the areas that we also have disproportionality issues. We've been talking about discipline. That's another one of those grant-funded areas. So those are two of the major areas that we look at. And we look to try to, on an annual basis, be responsive to the data that we have in terms of the additional resources that we can bring into the division to support those areas of disproportionality. So we're working with Dr. King right now to figure out if there's a way to amend the grant for next fiscal year to add some additional support positions to reduce discipline disproportionality work.
And how much is the grant?
I think we have about $6 million in staffing in that grant total.
And it's all for staff purposes?
Largely, yeah.
Okay, so it can't be infrastructure. Can you talk a little bit, and this is not our first year receiving this grant?
No, this grant's been around for decades.
Okay, so how have we utilized it in the past?
We're utilizing it right now. We're staffing a number of positions already related to disproportionality in those two big buckets I talked about. So for example, there's a number of positions on Mike's team supporting restorative practices, positive behavior support, counseling positions, social work positions, things like that.
And is it also staffing folks in the equity office?
Staffing two positions there, but that's very minimal in terms of the need that they've just laid out. As we've gone through this report today, you can see that the need is pretty great.
Is that going to be one of the amendments?
So the way that we do the process is we have a team-based process that goes through, looks at the data, and makes recommendations that will come to me and come to Dr. King. We can share those, obviously, with Dr. Reed. She's going to have to approve the grant before it's submitted. But yeah, we intend to try to add additional positions for the discipline disproportionality work into that grant.
I mean, given what we saw today and how we're not really making the moves that we would like to make in all of the areas, I would definitely would like to have some more resources to the discipline disproportionality. I've said it like 800 times today. Particularly regarding around the areas that I've talked about. I appreciate the RJ services, but what new and innovative things that we can do? Because I think as a board, to speak to Ms. Marin's point, we have the policies. It's how do we put those into practices that are actually going to be impactful? So I'd love to have a little bit more of a rundown at some other time in terms of how do you anticipate adding to maybe the equity office or to some of the other offices?
We can obviously give you a copy of the previous year's grant if you want to see that, and we
Yes.
can keep you informed about the development of this year's grant. The team is going to convene in January, and we'll get that completed in the winter and then submit it in the spring.
Thank you. I would love a copy, so I'm going to make the request now.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no other placards up, I will just make one last statement. I know I push you all really hard on special ed, and I need to because someone needs to be perfectly honest. But I want to just call out positively some of the work that Woodson is doing around their executive functioning pilot and being very thoughtful about not having having a very equality-based model where students are working together for a common project as opposed to one person helping another. And I really think that mindset is a great way to go. So I didn't want to end without saying something positive. I appreciate that we're doing this work. It's, for me, a 17-year in the process journey to get to this point, and we have a long way to go. And I appreciate the honesty, Dr. Presidio, that many other school systems have made systemic changes while we haven't. And that is what I have seen and said for a long time. And I think we can't fix things if we don't recognize that. And so I appreciate that recognition. And I please, one thing I want to lift up is we cannot necessarily expect our families and students to lead this work either because they have not been raised or brought into that atmosphere either. This is a systemic and transformational shift in thinking about a set of people who have not been thought about this way. We have to lead that work. We can't have others lead it for us. We need to bring people along in that work, but we have to lead it. And if we can lead it with Fairfax, it can be transformational for the country. But we have to lead it. And we have to recognize that 30, 40 years of a lack of systemic change has impacted the mindset of students and teachers and staff and families. And we can lead that change, but we have to lead it. So thank you. Anything else? Well, I think with that, we'll give you guys 9 minutes of your life back. This work session is adjourned.